Okay. So for those of you who are here now, hello Paquetto. For those of you who are here now, we're gonna try some new tech with ads that I mentioned in the discourse. Seki Pico time, that's right. Hello, dude 357. Corner Pond Gaming. So Joe is off making a tea. So we're gonna try some tech with the ads right now. We're gonna run 3 minutes of ads right now before I post any of my go live messages, and that'll disable all ads for an hour, and we'll do it again during break. So this should help with ads, and all of the pre rolls will be disabled, so nobody will get lost during the peak moments of Sekimeiya. So I'm gonna press the add button now. I've never pressed it before. Here we go. Ukraine gets no ads, get cooked. I didn't know that. Okay. And I think mods, you should be able to see ads now in the chat. Or give money to Bezos and buy Turbo. I mean, I guess you could do that, yeah. Sucker Mary Barrels into Sucky Neko or so back. Oh my god. Like, have you thought about the fact that Joe and I are both, not just one of us, both of us are going to be reading two different visual novels in the 2 days of the weekend. Hey, Denner. Twice the theories to keep track of. Yeah, maybe he'll finally write something down. Sekimeiya is anti-Umi Neko is ooh, I almost just said a Umi 5 spoiler. We'll say it next week. Is Sekimeiya somebody's favorite visual novel? It might be. If I send my own personal ads, do you get money? This message is sponsored. I can't say that. That's who you would choose? That's who you would choose? Hey Mouse, how's Seki going? It's going okay. We're just playing a little corner pond to start. I kind of tapped out of this Mysteria patch. I did almost everything there is to do, so Mysteria stream openings are canceled, but Sekimeiya is everything that Umineko isn't it the other way around? Yeah, I think they're sort of inverses at each other. Hello, Jack. Sekimeiya time, Boulder's favorite visual novel. Happy to see Boulder in the chat. Guess I should open it. How's everybody doing today? I was just discussing Name of the Rose. It's a good book. Boulder loved it so much he speedran it. Yeah, he couldn't get enough of it, actually. Does anyone have predictions and theories they've mulled over? I'm beginning to think other characters are from different times. Me and Joe can talk about that when he gets back, maybe. Have I had a nice day so far? Yes, before this, I did book club for Name of the Rose, and before that, I recorded an Umi Neko podcast episode. So if you haven't seen in my server or Jads or wherever, Jelly did an interview with an Umi Neko podcast that's run by some people who are in the Jads, in the Joseph Anderson community, and I did my own recording today, so that'll come out soon. Boulder says, my podcast app got automatically generated transcriptions for publicly listed podcasts, and I was upset to see they're not time-stamped. But then checking the only non-Patreon podcasts I listen to, I realized it's because ad-supported podcasts have personalized ads, and though it would make the timestamps misaligned. That shit is always crazy to me. It's kind of scary when a podcast pops up an ad, and it's like, okay, like, why is it for an ad for like a restaurant that's like 5 minutes away?
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome. Can we hear Joe? Can we all hear Joe? What's the podcast again? I don't remember what it's called, but I can post it later. Okay.
I just punched the microphone, sorry.
Boy Mouse in chat, yeah.
It's Boy Mouse.
Joe is quiet. I think that's because Joe is sick. And don't forget to ping Discord. Yeah. Now it's saying that it's gonna do another ad, but it was supposed to delay the ad, so I'm kind of pissed off, but whatever.
Incoming ad breaks, snooze, dismiss. What?
You can just not look at that. So there's a setting. So what we discovered is there's a setting on Twitch that lets mods on your stream see when there's an ad break coming. So if like something intense is happening in the game, they can delay it. So I turned it on for
Oh.
people to do that. Yeah, yeah. We researched the ad tech.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much about streaming
But from me,
when I'm not streaming.
This is Paquetto's first stream as a Seki Fuller. Congratulations, Paquetto. Paquetto was a Seki hater at the beginning of Sekimeiya and later came on to love it, I believe. That's a lie? Oh, okay, sorry.
That's a lie.
The personalization is good because they don't have Finnish advertisers anymore, just advertisers. So there's a scene cut and no ad. Oh, nice. Oh shit, I missed a fish. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm going to post stuff. You can post stuff too if you want in Jads or wherever. I'm gonna post it. Here we go. And here we go.
Oh, thanks, Gatsby. Thanks.
Oh, I heard that. Oh no,
Oh,
Gatsby.
did it go through?
Yeah,
Oh,
it went
no.
through. Oh no. Thanks, Caps, for the resub. Seki Pico. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. Seki Pico is the portmanteau for what happens when Joe and I are reading both Sekimeiya and Dumi Pico on the weekend.
Glorp.
Glorp. Yeah. Without Cliff, there can't be Peak. That's true. The darkness needs the light.
Glorp. What
Did
is
I
it,
post
Gatsby?
everywhere?
What is it? What's the matter?
Really want to know where it's going? Well, we might find out.
What is it? Hi, hello, yes.
Umineko Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Hello, Mouse. Hello, Fishing Mouse. Hello, Tap. I haven't been able to watch the Sekimeiya. Is it good? It's getting good. Okay, I'm gonna close this. I'll start reading in 1 minute. I can't wait for you two to get to the moment where I teared up and laugh in my face. I don't think we'll laugh. Caps, I think it's because it delays it.
I'll laugh.
Or yeah, it's for moderators.
I'll laugh.
You'll laugh? You'll laugh at the
I'll laugh.
emotional
I'll
thing?
laugh.
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
I'll laugh.
I need to send you the new voice assignments. I'm sorry. I'm really okay. Here we go. I have DM'd them to you. Despite what you think, or well, not despite what you think. Looking here, I do have more voice lines than you, so you might pick up some of the narration extra to compensate.
Really? You're
Yeah.
taking? Wow.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I think Hallyu was giving me the bulk of them because you're sick this week, and so he wanted me to read more than you.
Okay. All right. I'm okay with that.
He's being very nice.
So nice. So nice. Okay.
So nice.
We're
mixing things
coughing.
up. Yeah. Okay. Let's hit the button. Button works. The button works. The new weeb emote prefix is cracking you up. That was Rodney's idea. Full credit to Rodney. How do you prepare the lines for each person in Umineko? I'm going to start reading with friends soon. I wanted to know your method. So basically, I have a pool of characters in my head, and each person on the stream has like assigned characters in my head who they don't swap off of. So, for example, I always put Joe on Battler. I always put Jelly on Ronave if he's there, and I always put myself on Beato. And then the next priority is if two people are having like a prolonged conversation in a scene, I try to make it often, like most of the time at least, that you're not just having a conversation with yourself. hello segmentation fault. Nice to see you. And then I also and then I try to distribute it so people have generally the same number of lines. So and I try to swap narration off unless sometimes like Jelly likes narration over character stuff. So I'll give Jelly the narration if everything else is equal. So I've seen Jelly on the Umi podcast. Yeah, I was saying I interviewed on that same podcast today. Super exciting. Yeah, but everybody should go listen to Jelly. Okay. The only other thing, Joe, is someone was asking about Sekimeiya theories while you were making your tea. Are there any theories you wanna share with the chat?
I think that the Sai that we saw at the end of yesterday last stream was being genuine when he said who's that when Katsuki said I need to get back to Shiroya. I feel like it's not just, I guess, timelines at this point. It's also different like versions of where they are, and some groups might be different, I guess. Or maybe there's like a primer kind of like looping in of itself thing that is causing a change, and maybe Sai is from like way in the past or way in the future of that timeline. I'm not sure. Um, but I also maybe think that Sai didn't even know who Atsuki was there either. Like maybe Sai is that Sai is from a completely different thing. I also had I told this said this to you. I can't remember if it was the next day or after we were done streaming last week, Mouse. That like I wonder if Sai is like wholesale has just never left the facility. Like he's just like he was like born in that building somehow in some sort of Sekimeiya like infused shenanigans. I don't know. Like I wonder like where that's going. Like I really feel like Sai so far is the most important character for understanding the mystery where we are now, but I find it really weird that Akaro is just sort of there. I feel like Akaro needs more time. I feel like Akaro is more interesting than they're being led on, especially with how he disappeared and then came back and was just sitting in the bathroom. And I've realized now that I've been conditioned from Umineko as I'm doing this to just think that you already know all the answers, Mouse, when you don't. I'm sitting here thinking that you're judging me.
No, I'm just letting you talk. I'm being polite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to me it seems like my biggest theory maybe is that either the tower or the Sekimeiya itself or Sai as a character is acting as a kind of fault line that is like fracturing space-time in some way. And I don't know which of those it is or if they're all connected together. So that's probably my biggest one.
I also find it weird. This is something that you noticed actually, and then I like honed in on it. Is that when Atsuki teleported the second time, he teleported from a standing position into sitting in a chair and kind of snapping to. And I don't understand how if he teleported, his whole body changed position. But then when Sai came back later, or sorry, when they went back into that room later and the door was open but the computer timed out at the right time, my guess is that Sai just time traveled and also entered into that room in the same position too. So it's like there's like windows of time, like you said, where if you teleport, anyone who time traveled to that time would also have ended up in that chair somehow. So I don't really understand how that works. Maybe there are like fixed Sekimeiya teleport points. I don't know.
Hello to Florence's replacement in the background.
Oh, you can hear it? Okay.
Yeah. It's okay, it's fine. So my theory there was basically that especially if there's some kind of like fault line centered around Sai or something, it could be that the Sekimeiya, like my first theory was that there's two of the Sekimeiya and it's sending you to where the other one is. Like say if someone had their pocket and they were sitting at the computer at that point in a particular like other timeline or loop or something, like there are two parallel timelines and you go to where the Sekimeiya is at that like somehow because it's pushing you earlier, but I don't know, they could be running in parallel but asynchronously. And then my other one was that if the fault line is centered around a person, like maybe it's teleporting you to where Sai was at a particular point in time. And did the times that he traveled were different, right?
I can't remember that. That would have been a good note to take actually. I can't remember. It seemed like the first time he time traveled it was only what 10-15 minutes. And I feel like the second time you time traveled, it was over an hour, wasn't it? It was definitely longer the second time in my
Yeah.
memory. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure. I can't see your screen, by the way.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I didn't share it with you. What am I doing? Okay. Space-time fault points is such a Star Trek episode premise, TBH. Well, I've seen a lot of Star Trek. I think he teleported 20 minutes. I supposedly went back about 20 minutes to the past. So, yeah, so he went 20 minutes.
And the second time was it must have been longer than that. I want to say it was an hour, but maybe it was also 20 minutes.
He only said 20 minutes once. So, oh god. Was it twice as long? I'm at 40 minutes into it. So it was 20 and then 40. Twice the last amount.
Okay.
And he said, is that a coincidence? Question mark.
Okay, so next time, is it going to be 60 or is it going to be 80?
Yeah, and the other question
20
is
minutes? Yeah.
Is it just him? Like, if someone else picks it up, will it be 80 minutes, or is it like per person? Like there could be some weird math happening there where you're going where the last person to use it. You could be going when the last person to use it used it. I don't know.
What if you touch the Sekimeiya when you're already back in time from the first Sekimeiya?
Well, that's the thing, right? Some of these things where people are disappearing is maybe they are like just chaining it. I don't know.
Yeah. What if at one point the egg catches and Sai crawls out of it?
Yeah, I mean that would make sense. That would make sense. Tiny Sai, right? I feel like that's the most natural conclusion to come to.
Sekimeiya.
Oh shit!
There we go.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
I cracked it.
Sorry. We made a groundbreaking discovery in my server. We made a groundbreaking discovery in my server. Double Jumper made this discovery. What do you get if you take the umi out of Ushiromiya?
What do you get?
Shiroya.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It's all connected.
It's all connected, baby.
Uh-oh.
Yes fucking way. Yes fucking way. Yes fucking way. She said it as a joke and then realized it's true. Okay. And with that. Do you want me to do narration at first?
No, I can start. If you want me to go first,
Okay.
or do you want to go?
Yeah, that makes
It's your
sense.
stream. Do you want to start with narration?
You can go for it if your voice feels okay.
He says, coughing.
Yeah.
Bodes so well for Tuesday too.
Mm-hmm.
They were all empty, and I didn't bother searching too deeply into them. I understood what Sai's business on that floor was. He needed us to go there to have a chance at escaping. He had no way of dodging me on the upper floors. I sighed. Perhaps I should have expected it, but I didn't blame myself too much. I'd lost Sai, and he'd accomplished his goal of ditching me, just in case I went to the security room where he said he wanted to go. It was empty, and the computer remained suspended. In a corner, I saw the suitcase that Kate, right? Kate had brought there from Hallway C. What was Sai's deal exactly? Maybe I'd have a better idea once I returned to the attic, but I still needed to find Shiroya. I went to look at the computer's time, which read 12:18. I sat on the chair and sighed in exasperation for a few seconds. There were plenty of things to think about, but instead my mind went to something that continued to gnaw at me.
Okay, so I just want to know, now he is sitting in the chair, which means that a third option is that the Sekimeiya transports you to a place in the past where you went and sat in the future. We've now hit 3 options.
Is this the exact time that he was when he touched the Sekimeiya? No, it's been past that, hasn't it?
It's past that, yeah. It's past that.
Yeah, okay. Sai's watch, more specifically the date, 9/9/12/31. It's down a 9 there. When I found Sai, he should have been in the attic. This means that it's very possible he traveled through time in some capacity, even though he kept denying it. If he did, his watch would have done the same. 9/9/9/12/31 hints at that even further.
Yeah, this song is good.
It's the highest date the watch could display, so it could be linked to another common concept related in time travel: loops. Looping through time, reliving the same portion of time over and over. I'm jumping to this thought not only because of the date, but also because the battery ran out before the time it was supposed to. For example, if the watch is in the process of traveling from 1220 into the past until it reaches the travel point, the time displayed would increase per travel. If that's repeated infinite times, the date would eventually hit its maximum value and stay there, and somehow the battery just lasted the whole time. If the watch had repeated that process infinitely when I saw it, the date could make a bit of sense. Similarly, every few years the battery would run out, so replacing it would allow the time to continue advancing.
Well, you know what we have to do? We have to go to every floor and go into every office and check every watch battery to check if they're dead, so we can make sure that...
Hold on. So he thinks that Sai has been in a loop, and it's hit infinity.
Yes.
That's I don't want to be this pedantic person, but I am. And the rest of the watch's mechanisms would last for like over 9,000 years, according to him.
That does seem unlikely, yeah.
Yeah. So assuming it's more likely to me that going through the time travel just fucks with the time's inner workings or whatever of how like it thinks what the time is. So assuming something of the sort is what happened, is it a coincidence that I just so happened to experience the loop in which the battery had to be replaced?
He could just change it too, yeah.
There would be times in which the watch would appear functional and ones in which the date wouldn't have reached the year 9999 yet. All of those would have to reach the same loop point, which contradicts the way I thought this worked, because traveling to the past would end up modifying it in different manners. But I suppose it's pointless to think about this because a bunch of other contradictions prevent anything like that from ever happening. To begin with, if the wristwatch had traveled back insane amounts of times, it would have physically degraded. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good job. If it had survived at least the 8,000 years needed to reach 9999, the metal would have appeared rusty. It's hard to believe it wouldn't have just disintegrated instantly. Also, Sai had to be the one to bring it back through time, so he'd be older, and he couldn't have existed for the same number of years without dying. This would be circumvented if going to the past replicated your past body, but then the watch's date and time would reset after every travel too.
My god, dude.
This is not how the Sekimeiya works. If you travel 30 minutes to the past, during those 30 minutes, two versions of you exist at the same time. If Sai went back with his watch that many times, he would have created a new copy of himself each travel. That isn't all. Naturally, I'm thinking about this to justify the watch's date, but there's no apparent reason why Sai would travel back to the same spot more than once. And if he somehow could circumvent aging, it'd mean that after the point he traveled from, he couldn't exist anymore. If there is a point in time in which he always travels back, he can never make it past that point. Despite that, I'm sure that if I go to the attic right now, I'll see him. The origin of the Sai I was talking to a few minutes ago should give me some insight, but I'm not sure how much because he himself seemed unaware of what happened to his watch.
Do you regret saying you would do narration yet?
No, I'm good. I'm good so far. I'm good.
Okay.
Did the date go up to the year 9999 for no reason? I'm actually awake this week, so it's all right.
Oh, good.
Was it a malfunction maybe tied with the battery's loss of power? It seemed like a bit of a stretch to treat it as one. Did your chat notice that last week I like legit fell asleep at one point?
They did notice you were tired in the Sekimeiya thread. I don't know if they noted that you fell asleep. I definitely could tell when Joe fell asleep. I don't know if the chat could though. I'm just used to your timings.
It was only for about 10 seconds, but I did fall asleep last week.
There's you can find it in the VOD. There's a line where there's just like a slight delay. And I was like, oh no.
Oh, to be clear, it wasn't because of the VN. It was because I'd been awake for like 26 hours or something. Okay, like it wasn't because of that. The facts are as follows. Sai probably only traveled once because countless versions of himself didn't exist at the same time. The watch can't be in a regular time loop because the Sekimeiya doesn't work like that, and because the watch would physically degrade before reaching the year 9999.
Yeah, the Sekimeiya doesn't work like that. Lamau says Katsuki, like.
And yet, the date reached its highest possible value. I really feel that something of significance might be the cause behind it. Okay, I feel like this is going to be the trend of the VN. I actually really like this line of thought. I really like all things being considered. It's just taking too long. It's just like it's overwrought. It's like so much repeating and pouring over the stuff. But that also might be because I'm reading it out loud. Maybe if I was reading it and like going quickly through it with just my eyes, maybe it would be better. I'm not sure.
I think so. Yeah, I agree with you. I
like
do
the possibilities.
I do bear some like Umineko Ryukishi fan resentment that they're explaining this to me. Like early on, I was like, are they just gonna keep explaining things to you and make you feel like it doesn't matter that you figured it out or thought through it? And yeah, I don't know.
See, to me, I'm so poisoned by bad video game writing that the fact that I'm like breathing a big sigh of relief that they're addressing immediately that the watch would have physically degraded, instead of it being like fucking 25 hours later it's brought up and then chat erupts being like, it's not the kind of story, don't worry that the watch didn't physically degrade. It's just like, oh my fucking god. So it's like that anyway.
There is a part in Metaphor Fantasio early on that made me laugh so fucking hard, because I was like, this is exactly the kind of question Joe would ask on stream, and they're gonna answer it they're gonna go out of their way and derail the main quest for like 15 minutes just to answer this question. That's so fucking funny. And Metaphor players in the chat, you know exactly what I mean. So it's really good.
Can't wait for when we get to Metaphor in June. Can't wait. It's gonna be so good.
Yeah.
One last important thing I could take from this is that if the watch's status was caused by Sai traveling to the past, adding that he was surprised to see it disabled and that it was working at 11:36, it's possible that he hadn't yet traveled by that time. I also have to keep in mind that Sai had some good reason to escape from me and that he was in the middle of doing something when I found him. The battery's power running out also felt like it was pretty important, but I couldn't reach any conclusion regarding that. I shifted my focus. I had to find Shiroya, but I'd already looked through the crystal floor twice. Being in front of the computer made me think of the cameras. It was possible the system had restored, so I tried to see if I could do something with it and find out where Shiroya and Sai were.
I hope we see like 40 Sais on the camera. I want to see packed like sardines.
Mm-hmm. That would be interesting, actually. I clicked on the program with a security camera icon. The text logged in as Kate Kyuiji was still on the bottom. When I noticed it, I wondered if Kate intentionally left his account logged in to use the excuse that anyone could have used it. Man, all things I'm reading are just making me think about blueprints. Holy shit.
Oh, no.
Next, I pressed initialize camera monitoring, and as before, I was met with a message box containing the couldn't detect video footage text. Trying to look at the archived footage yielded no result either. In the lower right corner was a button that read power system off, but it was grayed out. It was a messy and hard to follow interface, so the only thing I recognized was a symbol of a wrench that was probably the settings menu. When I clicked on it, a panel with several options appeared. One in particular caught my eye. Footage. A new screen appeared after selecting it, showing the path where the recordings could be found. The set path was B archived, which sounded simple enough. In case the program was the cause of the issue, I went ahead and looked for that specific folder. B/ indicated that it wasn't saved on the main drive. I searched for it, but I couldn't find it. No extra drive appeared to exist whatsoever, so it made sense that the footage wasn't being detected. I kept looking, but to no avail. I performed a thorough search for the word archived, but none of the results interested me. The time had been passing fast, and I didn't want to waste any more of it. The computer displayed 12:31. Can you, when last time you said the time was, what was it?
12:18.
Okay, so he was in here for 13 minutes?
Yep.
Gluten meth? Okay, 13 minutes. I stood up from the chair. I had to search through the entire floor, but going to the attic for aid was potentially a better choice. Although I didn't think Shiroya would go hide, searching alone was never ideal. Do you want to take over?
Sure. Once I left the room, I was once again met with the cold silence of a barren floor. The door closing behind me didn't echo as well as it should have because the smoke cover on the ceiling didn't allow the sound to bounce back properly. Despite that, I still noticed the sound of someone approaching from hallway C. It was Shiroya. As soon as she saw me, she sped up with a concerned look. As if I were her reflection, I reacted the same way. Where were you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've been on this floor for the most part. I was searching for you.
I went to the room where you said you'd return to, but you weren't there.
You went there? You just had to wait.
No, right as you touched the Sekimeiya, I disappeared too.
What?
Those words came as a surprise, so I forced my breathing to remain normal.
You traveled too, at the same time? Why did I never see you then?
Well, just as you touched it, I appeared on the second floor inside the offices. It was disorienting, like I changed places instantly. That's what happened to you too, right? I thought your travel might have somehow taken me along with you. I couldn't believe it was real. Talking about it and having it happen are two totally different things. Where did it send you?
I appeared in the security room. Do you know how far back you went?
I think so. I spent a few minutes sitting down since I could barely understand what happened. Then I went to the attic to confirm I'd really traveled back in time. When I saw that the door was still locked, I figured it had really happened. Eventually, I started to go back down until I heard sounds approaching me from below that made me hide on the 4th floor. It was a group of people, so I thought it was us when we first entered the attic. I figured I could go to the crystal floor to look at the time. I looked at the computer and estimated I'd gone back about 40 minutes.
Huh.
Huh.
Okay, so either it's the time is based on whoever touches the Sekimeiya and triggers it, or it's random, like the time with each use, or Shiroya has time traveled once before now and doesn't know it. So you open the door to the security room. We both travel the same amount of time then. I see. I was in the cleaning room when you came down, so we didn't see each other.
When he time traveled the first time, didn't he? Where did he go? He went to the offices, right? No, he went to the lobby. Did he go to the lobby?
He went to the lobby.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The others returned and then went up again. I knew they were going to the attic, so I followed them to see if everything was actually repeating. I didn't go up immediately, so when I got there, Sai and Kite were already in the bedroom. I entered and listened from the hallway, and they were saying the same things as before. I was so scared of being seen, Katsuki. If the past changes, do things just unravel?
I have no idea. Nobody noticed me this entire time, so it was all consistent with the past that we know. I think nothing changed. Everything I experienced with people from the past was just me observing them without them knowing. I was there, so nothing deviated. I even tried to change the past by saving the second Naomi, but it was useless. Anyway, Sai and Kite really didn't leave the attic, did they?
I don't think so, no. I knew we'd be going down in a bit, so I hid in the floor 6 offices. I stayed there for a while so Akaro didn't see me as he went up. Then I came here to meet with you, but you weren't in the room.
I wasn't? I suppose I might have spent a few minutes with Sai in the lobby, but I thought you'd stay there.
With Sai? But he was in the attic. What do you mean? I waited a bit in the room until I got worried something had gone wrong. I saw the Sekimeiya too. It was still where we left it, but it changed colors to the gray from before.
So activating it is what powers it off like that.
Probably, but I didn't try to touch it again. I closed the cabinet before I looked around this floor briefly, and I thought that you might be back in the attic. I went there, but not much had seemed to change. I stayed in the hallway to listen to the conversation going on in the bedroom. Even if they'd seen me, it wouldn't have mattered much since we just left from their perspective.
At that point, Sai was still there, right?
Yeah, he was leading the conversation, telling everyone not to follow us down. Akaro was there too, and he confirmed that he saw us. Sai told them all to wait for us because we'd be responsible for anything that happened after leaving of our own volition. Sarah said something that I wanted to point out in the chat, which is that she might have already time traveled and just lied about it. Also, she might know she did.
Yeah, it's true. I see, so he wanted the others not to come down.
He kept saying it. He never left, and the elevator was still there with the door open. The conversation started winding down, and when they talked about going to the bathroom, I left right away so nobody would see me. I stayed in the living room for a couple of minutes with the doors closed, but I think that they all took that time to go to the bathroom, so I started going down again to find you. I looked through every floor until I saw you right as I was about to start with this one.
I suppose it makes sense we never saw each other. 5 minutes before the point we traveled from, I saw Sai on this floor. I thought he traveled from the future because he was supposed to still be upstairs. If he actually was there during that time, I had to be right in some way. He escaped from me more than 10 minutes ago. I'm not sure where he is right now.
Oh, I haven't seen him anywhere.
I guess he didn't go up.
Well, I looked inside every partition, so he might have been able to.
I don't know what his goal was, but he's probably accomplished it by now. Regardless, the most important thing is that you were able to travel without touching the Sekimeiya. Not only that, but you went back just as far as me. I considered that I went back twice as far as my initial travel, but that shouldn't matter anymore since this was your first.
And our locations were also different. I'm not sure why I appeared on the 2nd floor.
Okay, so what are we thinking? Are we thinking that she wasn't touching him or holding his hand when he teleported, right?
I don't think so.
I can't remember now.
I don't think
Were
so.
they?
No, she wasn't, because we both said that if in this situation, the first thing we would do would be try to teleport and take someone with us. And so the fact that he didn't was weird. Would you want to know what I'm thinking? It's insane.
What's that?
What I'm thinking is, maybe every time that you use it, it doesn't just take you twice as far back, but it also, like, the Sekimeiya is like stronger, and so its like sphere of influence is bigger. And so it's possible that if they use it enough times, it could transport everybody back. And that's how the time loop gets created. But then wouldn't they remember it now?
Maybe they would. Why would it only takes like people back? Like, I guess there could be some magical entity to it that only takes people
I don't know.
back.
I don't
just
know.
for the sake of, like, nudity, it also takes their clothes back. But like,
Yeah.
it's like that. Yeah, maybe it is that. Maybe there's a proximity to it, or maybe she's lying and she touched it after he did, or maybe there's like a second secret Sekimeiya in her pocket that was planted on it that she doesn't know about, or
There's too many options right now.
Or this is just a different Shiroya and she's acting. Yeah, it could be that it chooses random nearby locations, but that might be a bit of a stretch. It would mean that we could keep trying it until we appear outside the tower, but that recording didn't seem to indicate that would be possible. There's no way it was real, though.
My chat says, I don't get the locations thing. Weren't these two together pretty much the entire time, or am I misremembering? They were together until he touched the Sekimeiya and got sent to the security room, which is where the stream started today. But at the same time, she disappeared and went apparently to the second floor offices. So they were separated for that period of time, but they were together before that. I think that answers that question.
40 minutes before we traveled, both of us were together, moving down from the 5th floor. It can't be that where we appear is decided based on that position, or we would have appeared together. It's addressing it. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. The amount of time traveled and the location might just be random.
Both were different than the first time. I traveled, but when I disappeared in front of all of you, nobody else went with me. Why did it affect you as well this time?
I thought about this. I was a few steps behind, and I'm sure at least Sai was closer to you the first time. He was walking to you before you disappeared.
But Sai didn't vanish. From that, we can probably assume that the Sekimeiya has an effective range around itself.
You think so?
Well, even though you were picked up too, it's not like the people in the attic traveled. There's a specific distance from the Sekimeiya in which people can travel if it's activated. The first time it was smaller, which is why Sai didn't travel.
If that's the case, are the distance it picks people up and the distance you move through time related?
That was my first thought too. The first time I went 20 minutes into the past, and Sai, who was a few steps behind me, wasn't within range. This time I went 40 minutes into the past, and you went too, despite being a bit further away. Yeah, it's addressing exactly what you said. Yeah. Morbed. Both times before traveling, I felt a painful burn on my fingers for a split second. The Sekimeiya was searing. I believe the second time it was even hotter, so it could be tied to this as well. Inside its cabinet, the Sekimeiya is kept cold. Once it's removed, it begins to get progressively hotter at an unnatural rate. Sai brought up something like this earlier. After traveling, I paid attention to the room where we found the Sekimeiya, but I didn't see anyone hiding it there. We don't know how long it was there, but it should have been outside the cabinet for longer than the first time.
It could be something like that, yeah. The distance traveled, the range around it, and how hot it gets could all increment slowly as soon as the Sekimeiya is away from a regulated temperature.
The place we teleport to still seems to be completely unrelated though. Despite everything we've learned, I'm not sure if there's some other factor given that it hasn't responded on touch sometimes. It seems that when it's activated, the energy stored is released completely and the Sekimeiya turns gray and cools off immediately. Yeah, I think it starts glowing again after some time, but exposing it to the cold might accelerate that, like we saw. I'm saying this because the Sai I met had the Sekimeiya on him, and it went from gray to white before we put it in the cabinet.
I still don't follow what you're saying about this Sai. We should go upstairs already to see what he's been getting up to. He was priming everyone to suspect us.
Yes, but hang on a second.
hadn't fully explained to her what I'd gone through upon traveling to the past. The big mystery I'd experienced was still the killer vanishing from the bathroom without being able to touch the Sekimeiya. I'd gotten to the conclusion that most likely the bathroom was completely empty when we saw Naomi's second body. And we just learned of a supposed range. It would let someone travel without needing to touch the Sekimeiya, but they'd need to be close to it. Since the Sekimeiya was in its cabinet at that time, it wouldn't have been possible. I was in front of the bathroom when it was locked, so if that was when the culprit disappeared, it would have teleported me as well, alongside the others in the event room, assuming that was the source. After we heard the sound, we first searched through hallway A. During that time, is it possible that someone used the Sekimeiya and the range encompassed the culprit in the bathroom? That would explain a Karo, right? Given that we still found it inside the cabinet after finding the second Naomi, that doesn't seem feasible. But there might be one way. According to Shiroya, she returned to room B3 and found the Sekimeiya in the cabinet where I'd activated it, and at that point, Sai had a disabled Sekimeiya in his hip pack. Was there a second Sekimeiya at the same time as another? While the culprit was locked in the bathroom, could it be that someone made them escape with another Sekimeiya? Someone who remained in hallway B, maybe? Could it have happened from the second floor? And then, did both that person and the culprit escape to the past? If so, where the hell have they been all this time? This concept of range must start to explain what happened.
And how is it that Sekimeiya will go back with some people but not others? Before we go up, let's check the Sekimeiya. Kate might get unreasonably angry if we don't leave it in the cabinet, and something's still really strange.
I do wonder if it's like multiple timelines and there's only one Sekimeiya, but if there are two Sekimeiyas, which I'm starting to buy into that ever since I said it a couple of weeks ago or whatever. Maybe one of the people with like the second Sekimeiya, like Sai or whatever, is from like a different timeline, and he's like that's why he's so weird. Like he's able to take it across loops or something. I don't know.
Maybe you unlock that power the more you use it.
Yeah. Like the idea of unlocking it the more you use it, it's like fucking Final Fantasy 7 materia or something. What is?
Well, Sai was holding a powered off Sekimeiya in his hip pack right before we both traveled, or right when we both traveled.
Sounds like something from Blueprint says how you doing called out. So there were two of them at that point.
If the past wasn't changed at all, yes, Sai seemed legitimately surprised to see himself holding it, but it's insane to think that it was put there without him noticing. Even if he somehow traveled from the future while holding it, he should have been conscious that he had it.
How would you appear while taking it with you, though?
I can't think of anything, but right now, more than one Sekimeiya might exist. If you had two, you could bring one to the past. You just need to be holding one while you touch the other. I really don't think that can be the answer. The second one would have spawned out of nowhere.
We entered the event room where that Sai and I had left his Sekimeiya. They name all the hallways. Hallway A, hallway B, hallway C, and rooms B1, B2. Call them like Sai 2 or something. Come on.
Sekimeiya A, Sekimeiya B.
However, the cabinet was empty.
Oh. What?
What's wrong?
Right, the Sekimeiya Sai had, we put it here.
Huh? Then did he... Instead of answering, I opened the opposite door and entered the room we'd traveled from.
You closed the glass again. Did you also put the cushion back in place?
Yes, it was left out and I put it back with the Sekimeiya under it so it wouldn't stand out. I didn't want to touch it and I thought you had to be nearby. I went ahead and grabbed it. It didn't take me long to confirm that nothing was below it.
It's not here.
Yeah, this is a song that like hit. All right.
Yeah, Sai must have taken it. Both of them. He had the perfect chance and alibi. After he slipped away, he came here. Maybe he hid it somewhere else.
Really? What's he trying to do?
I don't know, but he might have an extra Sekimeiya at his disposal. If he travels to the past while holding one, he could appear where I saw him and explain the existence of it.
But, like you said, this is a paradox, right? The other Sekimeiya has no origin, and him traveling with it is what allowed him to travel with it.
Which is why I think there has to be more to it. We need to go talk to him.
Sorry. Chat said, I hate every Sekimeiya I see, from Seki A to Seki Z. Shiroya agreed, and I repositioned the cushion before leaving. Since the elevator should have still been out of commission, we took the stairs up. In a short time, we were in front of the top staircase. Before stepping inside the attic, I asked Shiroya to hold up.
I looked at these footprints before leaving. They've all degraded, but I believe these are new.
I pointed at the pair of footprints that looked more prominent. You can tell? These should be mine, since I was the last person to leave the attic. They fit.
I thought so, meaning that nobody else entered or left through this door apart from you.
We walked in. Nobody was in the living room, but faint voices could be heard coming from the bedroom where we'd been. Upon opening the door, 5 pairs of eyes fixed themselves on us, and Sai took the initiative to begin speaking without letting anyone else react. Hey, you two! Did you enjoy your 50-minute trip downstairs? What the hell were you doing?
We were getting worried. Why did you leave without saying anything? Well, we went to check if the Sekimeiya was where we thought it'd be.
What? We left it in the cabinet. Where else would it be? And that doesn't take 50 minutes.
Before we explain ourselves, let me request something. Sai, can you show me your wristwatch?
What? Do you want to know the time? It's 12:37.
No, just show it to me.
Do you not believe me? Look. Turned his wrist around. That was the time displayed on the watch's screen, along with the correct date, 2011-12-15.
Did you just set the date back to normal?
What do you mean? Why would I need to change it?
Forget it. When we went down, we found the Sekimeiya in room B3 after seeing that the cabinet in the event room was empty.
What? That's impossible. We all instinctively looked at Akaro, who seemed like the only person who could have done it, but he denied any involvement. After that, we told them about our respective travels, about seeing Sai on the crystal floor with the disabled Sekimeiya, about being unable to find Shibuya for a while, about coming to the attic, and about Sai's escape. It all amounted to the 50 minutes we'd been gone. But from our perspective, we'd been gone for about an hour and 30 minutes. This is a laughable story you're making up. You hid the Sekimeiya and are now trying to blame me.
It can't be. Sai was here the whole time.
Are you sure? Did he ever have the time to go down?
No, he didn't leave. Sai, do you really not know what I'm talking about?
I have no clue.
If that's the case, you'll eventually travel back to the past and experience what I said.
I'm sorry, but that won't happen. You've said that you spotted me in hallway A, so if I ever go back to the past, I'll avoid being seen. It's that simple. You've told me what happened, so you've made sure I won't ever let it occur. If I travel to the past, I'll quickly check my hip pack, so there's no way I won't know I had the Sekimeiya there. This proves you're just making it all up. Do you want to take over narration for a bit?
Sure. Is he stupid? I didn't know how to refute that. If he was truly unaware of the events downstairs, he couldn't live out what I'd experienced unless he lost his memory of me describing it. After all, when I saw him, he looked legitimately surprised to see me because I shouldn't have been there. If the sign in front of me traveled, he would know about it, causing that reaction to be either impossible or fake.
Look, Casey. You know, Katsuki, are you sure you're not just creating an alibi for Shiroya? She seems like the most suspicious person to me, given what you told us.
I'm sorry? Shiroya frowned too. How was she any more suspicious than I was? Suspicious of what? Like moving the Sekimeiya?
This version of myself you describe, it just seems like your imagination. I was here the whole time. So what's with this Sai appearing down there for no reason and clearly holding the Sekimeiya, which told you he was up to something? According to you, Shiroya went back to the past. She knew where to hide the Sekimeiya and was the only one who could have done it. She also wasn't where you agreed to meet, right? This version of myself who you saw, who couldn't have existed, is nothing but an excuse to remove suspicion from her. Am I wrong?
You're being ridiculous. If anything, I know now you're very aware of what I saw, or else you would have suspected both of us. You know my story is true.
Oh, welcome, Raiders from Man of Answers. Welcome to Sekimeiya Sundays. Don't act like a smartass. I just chose to suspect her before you. Are you sure you can really trust her that much? Didn't she have the cabinet key in her purse?
I also remember that she couldn't have hidden the Sekimeiya in the storeroom.
That's true. Unfortunately, nobody else could have, which means that someone who appears not to have been able to do it did it anyway. What if it was her? Don't look at me like that. You're the two people who left us without saying a word, and now you claim the Sekimeiya disappeared from the cabinet? Either you two are responsible, or only one is. I was only trying to trust you, Katsuki.
I'm gonna make this very clear to you, Sai. Don't try to push her around. You can say what you want about Kate, even about me, but you'd seriously better think twice before you go accusing her. She's done nothing wrong. In fact, she's the last person who would ever try to take advantage of this incident right after me.
Leave Shiroya alone! I don't follow.
You don't need to. Sometimes you just need to be quiet and listen.
Let women speak!
I still can't believe this is all real. Are you two being serious? Did you travel through time? Katsuki said it before, but... Yes, I'm completely sure now. There is no other explanation for what we experienced.
I'm certain too. Somehow the Sekimeiya has that power. Listen, if I'd hidden a device that lets me travel to the past, I'd currently be buying yesterday's lottery ticket, not hanging around here.
The rules seem a bit volatile, so maybe you're not aware of them. Something led me to believe that the Sai I met never traveled before. Your purpose might be to experiment with it or to try to leave this building with it.
Did you lose your mind? How would I get out and still keep it?
At one point earlier, 2 copies of the Sekimeiya might have existed at once. I'm not sure how that came to happen, but by hiding only one, you could lead Ashia to believe the Sekimeiya hadn't been stolen while keeping the other one hidden to retrieve it later.
Well, unfortunately, the second Sekimeiya is just part of your imagination. It can't exist, and it seems both of them vanished. We're not going to take any of this seriously when it comes from the most likely suspect behind this new disappearance.
Do you no longer think an unknown culprit is behind this?
That's still the second most likely possibility, along with Akaro. It wasn't me, I promise. We have to go downstairs. If someone hid it again, we should be able to find it, just like before. That's true. We keep repeating this, but the cameras are still working. They'll eventually expose everything to the police.
Time for scavenger hunt number 17. Here we go. Akaro seems to have gone back to his normal self. He was probably right, but a culprit with time traveling knowledge might not have cared too much about that.
Do we need to? We can just stay here where we're more comfortable. I'm not fond with staying with people I know are plotting something, especially when it's more than one of you. Let's go see what these two are talking about.
We agreed to go down. Meanwhile, I continued to debate whether the sign next to us, the one was the one I'd seen on the crystal floor. If so, how had he managed to trick all of us? Because if he wasn't the same one, the origin of the extra Sai remained as the hardest mystery to solve, alongside his motive and actions.
What's a weeb? A weeb is like a weeb, but for French.
Weeb? Had 2 Sekimeiya ever existed at the same time? Was that still the case? And if so, how had it happened? Glass shatter. No. I hope you quickly have a better idea of all that. But in the meantime, I continued running through my previous thoughts. We were only 4 hours into our imprisonment, and we're already... It's 4 hours now! And we were already dealing with a seemingly incomprehensible pile of questions. Before leaving the attic, we made sure nobody else was there, and also got our 8 items. The elevator was still open, and we left it that way. As we moved down the floors, we entered all the offices. Once we were done with the ones on floor 2, nobody could have been above us. At the end, only the crystal floor remained. All of us went to the event room, leaving Irina and Isla by hallway A to watch the stairs like before. Shiroya and I had left the cabinet uncovered, so everyone else immediately had a view of the empty interior.
Katsuki, be aware that if this is your doing, Ashia will figure it out.
That's fine. We had nothing to do with it. It must have been Sai. We waited a couple seconds for his denial, but it never came.
Wait, is he not here?
We turned around to discover that Sai wasn't with us. Shiroya, next to the other door we'd left open, peeked at hallway B.
Where are you going?
Sai didn't reply. When I looked at the hallway, I saw him in front of a door. Even though he'd heard us, he ignored our call and disappeared off the hallway C. What the fuck is he doing now? Kate gestured to Arena. Are you okay? Kate gestured to Arena to stay in the opposite hallway. Shiroya and I were interested in the room Sai had been next to, so we approached it with Kate behind us.
Sai, come here. Where did you go?
Shiroya reached the door first and opened it. Inside was the cleaning room. I wasn't sure what Sai planned to do, but we'd seen him standing in front of the door. Shiroya and I entered while Kate continued toward hallway C in pursuit of him.
He stopped himself, but I saw his arm about to open this door. He was definitely going to go in here.
There was only one reason why. He wanted to activate the Sekimeiya there after previously hiding it. If he did that, he could disappear without us noticing it. Shiroya was looking around while I questioned Sai's ambiguous action. If he'd concealed the Sekimeiya in that room, I wasn't sure why he left upon realizing that we'd seen him. He had the opportunity to give up, but instead, he left for hallway C. Oh, what?
Oh,
Yeah, what?
oh shit!
What?
Another Sekimeiya teleportation has hit the Ashiya Tower.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. Before I had time to think about it, the dim environment around me changed. A large light was illuminating the much more comforting room. I felt no confusion that time, as I realized immediately that I had teleported to the living room in the attic. All right, that was cool. The music suddenly stopped
Yeah, that was
too.
cool.
That was cool. Yeah,
It's a good touch.
This is getting too crazy. What the fuck happened now? I knew I had traveled, but I wasn't the one to activate the Sekimeiya. It didn't catch me completely off guard, but I already knew that was possible.
I wonder if it teleported all 4 of them.
That meant I had just been in the range of the Sekimeiya. It was most likely in the cleaning room. And Shiroya was probably the one to activate it, meaning that she should have also appeared somewhere. How far did I go this time? Once I thought that, I considered some implications of what had occurred. The past hour was extremely dense. Sai managed to appear and disappear, and Shiroya had investigated every floor. Assuming that Shiroya traveled with me, we had both remained unseen for that entire duration. I looked behind me and saw that the door to the staircase was open. Drawn to my noise, a figure appeared from the hallway. It was Shiroya with a disoriented expression.
Oh, you're here. What time is it?
No idea. You just traveled from the cleaning room, right?
Yeah, you did too?
I did. I appeared here, so I don't know the time.
I see. I thought I saw something inside the cleaning cart. I reached out for it, and I suddenly felt pain and appeared in this hallway. I think there was something else pretty small and dark next to the Sekimeiya, but I didn't get to see what it was.
So I did get caught in your travel. Okay. Huh, I'm really surprised that that's the answer. Okay. What are we going to call Sekimeiya 2? Second Meiya? Or Sekimeiya B? Or what? What are they going to call it? Regarding your question, I think I might know the time approximately. Staircase door is open, so this is past the time we unlocked the attic. There are a bunch of footprints next to the door, but I don't see ours. This must mean that you and I haven't gone down yet. These are probably the ones that we left after going back up, when we found a Karo in the bathroom. We're not before that point since there are too many.
Then we're all in the bedroom right now? Ooh.
Most likely. I think we should hurry to join them.
What do you mean?
I started moving toward the hallway as I explained it. I whispered to her. Earlier, you said that you followed the group up, and when you got to the attic, Kate and Sai were already in the bedroom telling us about Naomi's letter. This is happening now, so we're about to head downstairs, and your past self hiding inside the floor 6 offices is going to come up here.
That's right, yeah, and we weren't seen.
We hadn't left any footprints right in front of the door. The ones around the room would blend in with the others, making it unnoticeable that we'd appeared there. In a few minutes, Sai and I would also arrive, and that past me wouldn't pay any mind to those footprints.
Should we take the elevator?
Its door was open. If Shiroya was on floor 6, she'd probably hear it and she said that hadn't been used once. Okay. I didn't want to use it, not only because of that. By going down, my past self, who was looking around for a Karo on the crystal floor, could see us during the following minutes. Shiroya and I had inspected every floor and managed to miss each other. They're being so careful about not, like, crossing over at all. I wonder when that's going to stop happening.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if this were me in this situation, I would start fucking things up to see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Sleepy Griffin, for resubbing. At this point, I'm more of a mouse chatter than a Joe chatter. Oh no, love both of y'all's streams. Thank you.
I'm right here.
You're
wow.
right here. I'm sorry. And thank you, No Hope for my queer ass. Donated 300 bits to say, Shiseki on my Meiya till I'm spun.
Wow. Queer ass. I'm not sure what what we should do. Hiding from ourselves purely because we didn't see anyone in the past seems pointless and kind of crazy, but the only place we can actually stay hidden is this floor.
Yeah, we should probably stay here. Maybe we'll be able to understand what Sai did too.
She was right. And we had 3 places to choose from: the elevator, the storeroom, and the other bedroom. We knew every other place would be answered eventually, so of course we chose the more spacious bedroom. As we headed there, our bodies froze for a second. Do. Coming from the bedroom where our past selves surely were, we heard footsteps approaching us. We knew we had to speed up, so we opened the opposite door and closed it slowly to avoid making noise.
What do we do?
In a quiet voice, Shiroya asked the same question I had. It was my 3rd trip through time, but that instance didn't seem like we'd get much out of it, given how Shiroya had already witnessed the attic the previous travel. Was this door closed while you watched from the hallway?
Yes.
This feels like another 40-minute jump, doesn't it? It doesn't feel like it's definitely not 80 minutes. It could be an hour?
I have no idea. It could be an hour, I think. I'm not. So they... Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. Could be an hour. Could be 40 minutes again. It's got to be increasing, so I'm gonna guess 40 or 60 minutes.
Oh, they're saying it right now. We should just stay here. We should just stay here then. It's hard to believe anything important will happen, but we didn't come back until 50 minutes after we left, so we might have to be here for a while. Okay, so it's at least 60 minutes. So it's going up in 20-minute increments, or it's double to 80. I don't know. I don't know now. Shit. But she touched it, so the Sekimeiya is growing in power. It's not touching it. Okay.
I don't know. I see.
Can I get a plot summary? Time travel egg, yes. It was a bit frustrating because the only reason we couldn't head down and suss out the situation was that we'd already done that. We couldn't easily exist on a lower floor. Traveling under those circumstances had turned out to be a literal waste of time, but something was piquing my curiosity. Even though there shouldn't have been any danger, we didn't feel safe staying there because someone could discover us simply by opening the door. For that reason, we went up the ladder and sat on a bed above where we could speak without being easily heard. I took a pillow and shook it, removing a bit of dust from the cover. It wasn't hygienic in the slightest, but I rested my head on it since my body noticeably demanded it. While Shiroya did the same, we were startled by a sound. As was becoming common, it was the sound of a door closing, and it came from the hallway.
It must be us.
Right. We'll be back in 50 minutes then.
It must be a 60-minute jump, right? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, unique art. Before that thought could become too overwhelming, I began speaking about a detail that I noticed. So Sai most likely stored the Sekimeiya in the cleaning cart. He wanted to either activate it or move it. I'm not sure why, but he knew a search was coming.
He might have hidden 2 of them, right? I never really got to see it, so it's possible there were 2 inside the cart. The plastic bag and the light being dim meant I couldn't exactly see inside it, and I only noticed something strange when I saw a glow coming from the inside.
Wait, did she finally clean her face?
She did for this CG, at least.
I see. You did feel a burn, didn't you?
Fun fact, this art used to look more anime-styled and was changed in a patch. Oh, so she was, like, naked suddenly? Yes, when I touched the Sekimeiya, it disappeared as soon as I changed places.
Precisely. I think this means that our bodies now aren't the same ones we traveled with. If they were, the burn would still persist, and you still feel... Wait, what?
What?
All right, where are we? She's rolling with it? Okay.
I suppose so?
I think we went about an hour to the past. I'm not sure if this is a coincidence, but that's 20 minutes more than my second travel. First I went 20 minutes back, then 40, now maybe an hour. Every subsequent travel has had an incremental increase of 20 minutes.
But I activated the Sekimeiya this time, and this is only my second time.
I know, which is why I still think it could be a coincidence. Remember what we thought earlier, that the time travel is dependent on the amount of time the Sekimeiya is not in the cold? That might remain consistent.
Oh, I guess if Sai is like an infinitely living forever time looper motherfucker or whatever, then it would have to be like your body reverse aging every time you travel back, because otherwise he would just like get old, right? So
Yeah,
that might be what's being set up here.
that's a weird detail.
It
Hmm.
is, yeah.
I say we traveled at approximately 12:40. The one before this was 11:50, and after that, you saw the Sekimeiya had powered off. That Sekimeiya shouldn't have been put in the cabinet again. So if it's the one you activated, it was out of the cabinet for a long time.
Right, so we would have gone this far back.
But the origin of the Sai I saw downstairs still doesn't make sense. He traveled to the past at some point to appear there, but if he did it between this time span, he would have reset the Sekimeiya. You didn't see him going down from the attic, and neither did the others. I can't figure out what happened with him.
Can't he just go back to the past after 1240?
Yes, but if that's what happened, it means that his surprise at seeing me was fake. It means he knew everything would occur. I really don't think that's what happened.
Well, there's still the Sekimeiya he had in his hip pack, right? Maybe he traveled using that one.
I can't say, since the origin of that Sekimeiya is a mystery in itself. If he did use that one, it was somewhere else when we traveled from the cleaning room. It could be that Sai ignored us to go use that one instead. Both of us sighed. The possibility of spending a very long time there had forced its way in front of us. And if we knew what was going on, the thought might have been a bit more unbearable. On the other hand, it was also useful to have information that could protect us. Gloria had apparently recovered somewhat of her grief at Naomi's death, but I was sure it was due to absurdity. Someone dying twice made the whole thing surreal and removed from reality. I spoke again after a few seconds, as I hadn't yet explained what had piqued my curiosity about our travel. The place we teleport to has seemed random every travel, but if we believe the amount of time traveled isn't at all random, it's hard to believe the place would be.
You thought of something?
Not exactly, but I appeared in the living room while you appeared in the hallway. There was a time when those were our locations, right?
Huh? Definitely not an hour before we traveled, right? At that point, we were all in the other bedroom. Oh, you mean later?
Yeah. When I explained to the others what Sai and I did downstairs, I mentioned that we briefly came up to the attic. I didn't elaborate on that, but we went to grab a battery. At that point, you were in the hallway, listening to the conversation going on. Oh, shit. That coincides with the locations we appeared at, right?
I think so. Wait, is this what I said about them moving to their future positions? Did I do it?
Maybe, yeah.
I think so. I didn't notice you two back then since I was paying close attention to the bedroom.
Do you, jump to the position that you were in, but the most recent one of you that touched the Sekimeiya? Not the original? Oh, God. That's going to be really fucking hard to track. Oh. That had to indicate something. On the surface, the location you appeared could seem like something trivial, but with how many things didn't make sense, understanding smaller mysteries could work well to decipher others. For example, if you figured out what determined our arriving location, we could predict where we'd appear if we were to touch the Sekimeiya. That could help us decide if traveling purposely would be a good idea.
Oh, so where we appeared might be related. We went an hour to the past, and at around 12:10, both of us were in the attic, right?
That would hold up, I think. That's around when Sai and I went to the living room.
Well, you said we traveled at around 12:40, so to 11:40. That means 12:10 was the middle point.
Oh, you're right. I thought about it and quickly found direct contradictions. It's not consistent, though. The location we appear at is determined by the midpoint of the distance traveled. It sounds promising, but it only happened during this travel. The first time I appeared in hallway A, I went 20 minutes to the past, so at the midpoint before traveling 10 minutes later, I would have been next to the stairs. That was when I was being told that the Sekimeiya disappeared from the cabinet for the first time. So true. However, now I think about it, around 5 minutes later, at 15 out of those 20, I was in the hallway, keeping watch from the lobby, while the others looked through every room. That's pretty much where I appeared, so it could actually have been that same position.
I see. So you appeared where you were at 3/4 of the distance traveled? Oh, Jesus, fuck.
I have no idea. I said, when was he sitting in the chair in front of the computers, though? I have no idea. I said I was there 15 minutes after the point I appeared, but I can't be sure about the exact number of minutes.
Oh god, I hope this is just like a dead-end reasoning and it isn't some kind of fucking math problem. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It's a red truth herring.
Oh.
This falls apart in the second travel, though. We went 40 minutes to the past, and I appeared in the security room while you appeared in the floor 2 offices. Not only that, but I was sitting down in midair. We traveled from 11:50 to 11:10, and during those 40 minutes, I was never in the security room. We just found the second Naomi and moved back and forth between the attic and the crystal floor.
Welcome, Godot. You don't want to do math while playing games? Interesting? No, I don't want to do math while playing games. Full stop. I don't think that's interesting. I think I just don't want to do math. Yeah. During that time, I never entered the second floor's offices either. Well, before we found Akaro in the bathroom, we came down from the attic and searched every floor. But I didn't step very far into the partitions since everyone else was looking too. I peered deep into the second one, so it can't be from that time.
So we can't get anywhere with this. Appearing where both of us were at 12:10 could be a coincidence, but if it isn't, I have no idea what determined it. As I said that, I thought of another valuable thing we could get out of figuring out what determined the appearing location. We were dealing with Sai and a culprit who had traveled to the Sekimeiya. If the place you appeared somehow depended on the previous location, we could know exactly where someone had been in the past if we knew the location they appeared in, effectively drawing information out of them.
Okay.
I couldn't apply it to Sai since I hadn't seen him appearing anywhere, but it was something to keep in mind in the future.
Missing chandelier reaction is really good. Where's the chandelier? Good question.
After that, the silence persisted. Both of us lay down completely and gave our bodies their needed rest. We had 50 blank minutes in which our existences were isolated from the rest of the world, so we weren't in any type of hurry. Oh man, what a dream. My eyes closed and I realized that I was a lot more tired than I thought. I've been awake for over 20 hours. As soon as I thought that, it all came back to me. How we'd spent our past week and everything about Mia.
And we're gonna learn what happened, right?
Here we go. I couldn't see Shiraya's face, but her mobile body gave away that she was exhausted too. Our deep breathing became background noise as I subconsciously reminisced about how our life had been until recently. I knew none of that would go back to the way it was, but even though I had already accepted it, I still felt the sharp pain every time I acknowledged the truth. And instead of moving through things normally, the Sekimeiya had appeared before us. It was still unbelievable, but I traveled back through time more than once. It was real and highly ironic. Are they gonna have the thought now? They could go back in time? Yeah, during the past 2 weeks, I pointlessly thought about it a number of times. If only I could go back in time. Right before I time traveled. Every time something negative or of significance occurred in my life, I'd resort to those useless thoughts. They were necessary, though, as immersing myself in a better world often seemed to temporarily alleviate the pain.
Good question. Why are they tired if the bodies are new? Good fucking question. Good fucking question.
Huh. Well, if they're not new and they're just jumping back to the bodies they had at the time when they traveled, then they would still be tired, but yeah. Huh. Maybe it's a mental tired? I don't know.
Yeah.
When I thought of the world in which Mia had met such an abrupt end, I could successfully depart from the real one briefly. The only way to truly achieve that, I thought, was by traveling through time and avoiding the path that led to her death.
Godot, I think someone linked the cool Isla art the sprite artist did in the Discord. Yeah.
And then, as if the universe was laughing in our faces, time travel had become possible right in front of us. However, instead of reopening the door to the normal world, it created a tangled mess, starting to trap us in the tower for weeks. Not only that, but it seemed that even if we managed to solve every riddle surrounding the Sekimeiya, it would be useless for us. Changing the past was not possible. Traveling back would just formally... You haven't even tried, my weeb! What are you talking about?
They've gone out of their way every single time to not change the past or not even attempt to.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
If we were right about the power storage, left the Sekimeiya out of the cold for a very long time, and traveled more than 2 weeks to the past, we wouldn't be able to change anything. Perhaps that wasn't the real way to put it. Something would prevent us from traveling like that in the first place, as if it was an impossibility. Or maybe we travel and suffer an accident before we could try to defy reality.
He's just yapping. He's talking like
is.
he read a time travel book once. No, I'm not going to give him that. He's talking like you read Steins Gate and now he thinks he knows the rules. Like, what?
I think this character probably canonically has appreciated Steins Gate, yeah. There was no way Shiroya hadn't thought of it already. If we went back prior to Mia's death, we'd just have to suffer it again from another angle. In my head, as my consciousness slowly dissipated more and more, it all sounded like an outlandish story I was making up, although in reality, plenty of time travel stories revolved around going back to the past to prevent an incident from taking place.
Is he going to wake up before the thing that happened 2 weeks ago ever happened? That would be cool.
Be it to save a person or save humanity, I wasn't the originator of that idea. It might have been present within every person. Haphazardly thinking of going back in time after a bad experience was fairly common. I laughed inwardly because something else usually present in those stories had occurred in the incident 2 weeks ago. Mia's body!
Discord just cut you the fuck out. Discord just cut you the fuck out. Discord didn't even pick that up.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
you just fucking went to the nether realm.
Right before Mia died, she got on her experimental time traveling hot air balloon that she had done herself and said, "I'm gonna go, and if I disappear, I'm not dead. I just time traveled." But everyone's like, "Nah, she's dead." Even though we never found the hot air balloon or her body. No, she's dead for sure. There's no way anything else happened. She's dead. She did not become an egg. No way she became an egg. She's fucking dead. But I would have already jumped into all sorts of possibilities. Sure, go for it. I need to laugh.
But I would have already jumped into all sorts of possibilities if it had only been that. In fact, Mia's body couldn't have been found. It disappeared in the blink of an eye due to the explosion that took her life.
From a superpowered Sekimeiya egg, it was the biggest time travel jump of all.
Despite that, parts of her had been quickly found. Her jaw confirmed her identity with zero chance of doubt, just like Maria. Her clothes were identified all over the place as well, and it hadn't been anything short of a miracle that Shiroya and I made it out safely without critical injuries. That was why thinking about giving another meaning to the past was also futile. It was the only way to get around causal loops, going back to the past to explain what had happened in a different way. Lamentably, her jaw had been found, preventing that completely.
Unless...
I was aware that I was about to fall asleep. I didn't want to, but I also couldn't resist it. I didn't know if Shiroya had already given up, but she hadn't moved in a while. Can I not go back to the past, save Mia, and threaten the forensic technicians to say that they found her jaw? Something like that was a complete delusion. Had I already saved Mia? Of course not. I often used to be optimistic as I fell asleep, and I realized how foolish I'd been immediately after waking up. In reality, I'd personally seen pieces of her clothes with burnt skin stuck on them. I could have very slightly embellished it by thinking that they could have belonged to someone else and that Mia had already been saved by one of my future travels, but I knew that the flesh I'd seen really belonged to her, no matter how many imaginary scenarios I intended to make up. The next thought I had was very different. I fell asleep. During all my fantastic thoughts, my consciousness had receded. It felt like no time had passed, but I knew better, as sometimes that meant I'd been asleep for a full day. It wasn't easy to move. When I tried to stand up, I saw that Shiroya had fallen asleep on the other bed. I sat up, aware that since nobody had come for us, not much time could have passed. I didn't want to wake her, but I also wouldn't leave her behind to go explore, so I simply waited, as that brought no downsides. My head was cloudy, and my muscles informed me that I hadn't chosen a good position to sleep in. With how tired I was, though, I barely cared about that. My movements had a delayed effect on Shiroya, so I didn't have to wait very long. She woke up seconds after I'd started to lie against the wall. With her eyes almost closed, she turned to face me. It wasn't a new sight, as I'd seen her woozy morning face a few times in the previous days. Sorry, I fell asleep. How long has it been?
I don't know. I slept too, since nobody has come for us yet. Probably not that long.
I see. Instead of sitting up, she went straight back to how she was. Sleeping for such a short time used to make me feel even more tired, but since there was no guarantee I could continue, I forced myself to resist. It was clear that we needed to sleep for much longer, but we were still in an uncertain situation around someone who'd murdered the same person twice. Seeing it that way, it was mortifying to think we'd fallen asleep because once our 50 minutes ran out, we'd be completely defenseless. Technically, nothing prevented anyone in the other bedroom from entering ours as soon as Shiroya left the hallway. I was sure that Shiroya felt it too, probably more strongly than I did. A creeping fear that we could be killed at any moment, forced deep down inside us by the rapid pace of developments inside the tower. It was a testament to her resilience that she hadn't outwardly broken down, and I didn't know how I was managing it. A couple of minutes later, Shiroya had rolled in bed a few times until coming to the realization that she wasn't going to easily fall asleep again. Being more aware of the risks might have prevented her from doing so that time. After a moment, she perked up and slowly exhaled while rubbing her eyes. With a final yawn, she decided to speak. Well, what do we do?
If we look through the door, we should be able to know if we used up all our time or not.
Alright, let's see if anyone's still there. I had to balance myself after standing up. My body didn't react well to the abrupt change. After I was steady, Shiroya grabbed her purse and we went down the ladder. I gripped the handle and peeked through the small gap that let me see the hallway. Is the other bedroom still closed?
Yes, but we also closed it when all of us went to the crystal floor.
Oh, so how do we figure out if anyone's inside?
Maybe the footprints could tell us. Her face is dirty again.
It is. We walked carefully through the hallway. Continuity error, Godot, unreadable. Having no sense of time was a peculiar feeling, but our surroundings were fully silent. If people were still in the other bedroom, the door was perfectly hiding their presence. Once we got to the living room, we identified a slight change. Did we leave it like this? We were used to looking at the footprints in front of the door, but that was no longer possible. The door was closed, and the movement of it had erased every single footprint nearby, creating an empty arc.
We must have. This means that the group already left, though.
Even though the motion of the door wiped out the nearby marks, there were many around the entire room. They were much fainter than the last time I'd seen them, but I was still able to recognize that new ones existed. I glanced at the elevator. Its door had not yet been closed. We'll need to go down then. We traveled from the cleaning room right after we got to the crystal floor, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, let's see if something happened. I figured the others must be searching for us.
I opened the door, retracing its arc, and we began going down the stairs after I left it open. The next door was closed too, but it was unlocked. We stepped onto the 6th floor and were met by less comforting scenery. It was a strong reminder of our situation. We didn't have the will to check every office, so we walked around the floor at a slower speed than normal, gradually regaining our rhythm. I also don't have the will for them to check every office.
Missing a different version of Katsuki and Shiroya hiding in every single office on the way down.
And Sai in the other partition.
Yeah.
We hadn't used the elevator, but there was no real point to that. As we headed down, our echoing footsteps were all that we could hear. The silent path ended at the final staircase. Even though we logically should have heard people, we only encountered more silence. There should be people here.
Let's go to the cleaning room.
Right. Maybe the Sekimeiya is still there. I also want to know what else was in that cart. We walked up to the door, which hadn't been fully closed. As soon as we opened it, we instantly noticed the drastic change the room had undergone.
What the fuck?
The cleaning cart that had previously been there was nowhere to be seen.
Oh.
I recalled that it was in the corner of the small room. Aside from its disappearance, I didn't think anything else had changed. Did someone take it with the Sekimeiya inside?
No, I don't think so.
No. Of course, that should have been my first thought, but there was an inconsistency. I'd looked at the cleaning cart a few times before. Underneath and around it, there were 3 buckets storing scourers and chemicals like bleach. Those hadn't moved.
These 3 buckets. One was under the cart, right?
I think so.
They must have put it under it because there's not a lot of space here, but if you tried to move the cart, you'd hit it and the other 2. You need to take them out first, and then you could move the cart. Okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, like couldn't he's building up to the cart time travel too, but couldn't they just have moved the buckets, Sekimeiya? I can't say for sure that nobody moved them, but if they had, it would be really odd for them to put them back in the exact same spots.
I suppose nobody would get the cart out anyhow.
This means the cart disappeared too, right? And only the cart, not the buckets under it. In other words, Sumari, what you were touching. This also means that we're past the time we traveled from.
Are you serious? That can't be it. You were touching the cabinet when you traveled for the first time. How come it didn't disappear?
Oh shit, that's true. I supported my body with it with my left hand, so I was touching the cabinet. It's because it's electrified. That's strange. If this cart disappeared when we traveled, did it appear somewhere else?
Shiroya leaned forward with a frown. She was looking inside the buckets. Wait, it's here. Look, inside this one. Adopting a similar frown, I walked ahead to see what was inside. I saw it immediately. The Sekimeiya. It was inside the bucket that had been under the cart, on top of a pack of sponges. It was white, indicating that it was already powered on. Why is it here now?
I think this actually makes sense. It fell in the bucket after the cart disappeared.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Yeah.
If our travel made the cleaning cart disappear, the Sekimeiya, which is inside of it, would have fallen in here.
But why is it still here? Did nobody enter this room?
They must not have.
Well, what do we do with it?
Did everyone travel?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if all 4 of them traveled, at least.
Huh.
Yeah. I thought for a few seconds. We'd lived out a portion of our recent past from up to 3 different perspectives. There was no need to immediately touch it again unless we needed to figure out what had happened after we'd traveled.
Dude, pick up the bucket. Let me do what Sai did earlier to avoid traveling. We should investigate before we think about activating it.
Okay. I hid my hand under my sleeve and kneeled to grab the Sekimeiya. I touched it with my shirt and nothing around me changed. As I stood back up while holding it, I noticed something was wrong.
Wait, it's not hot at all.
Huh?
Earlier, when Sai did this, the Sekimeiya felt really hot for him. He even touched me with his sleeve. Now, though, it's actually cold.
So it won't do anything right now?
Hmm.
I wanted to test it, and I got close to Shiroya so that if it worked, the range would encompass her too. Perhaps it was a bad idea, since nothing assured us we'd appear together, but it was better to try it like that. Without overthinking it, I placed my entire left hand on top of the Sekimeiya. After a full second, nothing had happened.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
That's strange. Can you think of why?
Not at all. At least not if it stays consistent with the previous events. If the mechanics are completely random, it can just be that it takes a random amount of time until it starts to get hot. However, minutes after the Sekimeiya that Sai had in his pack turned white, it was already really hot.
I don't get it then.
It's pretty confusing, yeah. You know, aside from the obvious time travel, a lot of bizarre things keep happening around this, and someone with us is behind this whole thing. We've put it in its main cabinet a few times, but they keep getting it out. The last time we saw the cabinet key was in the attic, but we shouldn't go back up just to see if it's still there. We should try to understand how this works. I think working on that is better than just putting it back where it came from.
So, what do you want to do?
This time, let's be the ones to hide it. Later, we'll be able to see if anything has changed and hopefully understand how it functions a bit better. We have a chance since, for some reason, nobody appears to be here.
Are you sure? The cameras are still recording, and we know that every place where we can hide it is somewhere someone will eventually look at.
Regarding the cameras, I'm not sure we should worry. The culprit has been recorded plenty of times, and we'll be able to justify our actions if that ever becomes necessary. Still fucking, like, worried about the corporate overlords when you found a time-traveling egg. Like, okay, alright.
They're so
Holy
bold
shit.
to think they're ever getting out of here.
When it comes to hiding spots, I can think of a couple. The times we were trying to find the Sekimeiya, we only really looked through this floor, and I believe every spot in the attic would also be easy to find. So I have two suggestions. One is inside a computer tower. I saw screwdrivers in the attic. If we open up a computer tower and hide the Sekimeiya inside it, it's hard to think anyone would easily find it. It requires thinking about it and unscrewing every other tower until you find it. Oh my god. That'd be a bit of a hassle for us though. So here's my better option. A locker. I thought of it earlier. The last key in Naomi's keyring. It's likely it belonged to her locker, given that every staff member has one, and the size of the key seemed appropriate for it.
Wouldn't Kate have recognized it?
Yes, just like how you should have recognized the attics. We can try it.
I thought that maybe Shiroya would be more hesitant, and I'd been ready to abandon the idea, but she didn't oppose it. Given the purpose was to further understand the Sekimeiya, it was likely she was also hopelessly thinking about using it to rewrite our recent past. With that thought in mind, it was the first time we felt the countdown ticking along. The exit was presumably going to be unlocked in fewer than 8 hours, and we still had to confirm what time it was. We only had those hours to understand what the rules were, and if the Sekimeiya would ever be useful to us. But the specter of the voice recorder haunted us. We'd found something that implied we'd be there for a whole month. For the first time, that sounded just a bit desirable, as it would have given us more time to comprehend what was going on and how to use the Sekimeiya. You're out of your fucking mind wanting to be stuck here for a month. You're out of your fucking mind. It was possible someone was angling to trap us for a month just to accomplish that, but I couldn't begin to imagine how the rest of the plan would unfold in that case. At the same time, the exit was going to open at some point. She yearns for the French air. I would be yearning for French air at this point.
Oh, oui.
And the Sekimeiya would be exposed to the world. Supposedly, it had been found 2 weeks prior on a nearby mountain. It was hard to believe nobody had experienced its supernatural powers, but as I thought that, I recalled that I was also harmlessly holding it in my hands. We entered B4, the room with the first Naomi. I remembered where the keys were, so I found them easily. 2 keys remained, the small one I wanted and the one for the door in the first staircase. I took the smaller one off the key ring, otherwise it was too large to keep on my person and it might have made noise. Then we moved to the staff room. I inserted the key into a locker. I'd once again been correct about the purpose of a key.
I'm pretty sure it'll work. It's not for this locker, so let me find the right one. Oh, please be a body in the locker.
I inserted the key into another locker and attempted to turn it to no avail. Then I repeated the process with others until one opened. I hope there's just like 7 Sekimeiyas inside and they just spill out.
Good, it's this one.
The third Naomi. 2 compartments were inside, a small and empty one on the top and the bigger main one that had Naomi's coat hung inside it. I placed the Sekimeiya in the smaller one and took the coat out. I felt through the pockets, but they were all empty aside from a single handkerchief that I left alone. I put the coat back inside. It was a bit disappointing that we hadn't found anything substantial, but I hadn't expected to. I closed the door and locked it with the key while Shiroya observed all my actions from the side.
That's it then. At least there are no security cameras here, so we won't be seen hiding it.
I know, that's good.
By the way, regarding the cart disappearing, I think it makes more sense than not. Does it? What's really strange is that apparently nobody noticed the Sekimeiya after it fell. For example, when I touched the Sekimeiya, why did I teleport and not the cabinet? And why did my clothes teleport? Oh, we're bringing up clothes. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, I was willing to just not think about that, but the story's bringing it up. Oh shit. Oh no. I was stepping on my shoes, so they teleported. My shoes were stepping on the floor though, so why didn't the floor Oh my god, it's going to floor too. I already thought of floor earlier, and I'm like, no, that's too much. It's probably just why is the whole building oh my god, is the whole building teleporting? The whole earth is teleporting. There's gonna be 2 moons in the sky at the end of it. It's probably just because my clothes were under my possession while the floor wasn't.
The Tsuki in his name does mean moon, probably. So.
Oh shit. Similarly, the cabinet I was touching wasn't in my possession, but the cart was in yours. Isn't that interesting? The cart is designed to be moved by whoever is holding it, while the cabinets aren't. That's why the simple act of touching the cart makes it yours, but touching a cabinet or the floor isn't enough.
What kind of fucking ontological bullshit does he think this fucking egg understands? Like, is the egg... Oh, what if it's like Noja and the Sekimeiya is alive?
Oh. Is it teleporting both of them because they belong to each other? Ah, love story?
Maybe it's teleporting both of them because it's sentient and it feels like it.
Uh-huh. The
It's
Sekimeiya just does that.
It just does that. It just does that. Do you think if someone was a slave not allowed to own anything, the Sekimeiya wouldn't let them bring items with them? No, it would respect finders keepers even for slaves. That's about what I imagined, but it means that the Sekimeiya somehow recognized the cart was movable and the cabinet wasn't. This is insane that we're doing this. It's insane.
Exactly, which is convenient for us, or else we could have made a bunch of other things disappear just because we were making contact with them. Remember the suitcase in the attic? Something similar must have happened. Naomi traveled holding it, so it traveled along too. We didn't find it strange at all since it's natural to imagine it happened, but your purse has traveled both times when it was only touching your clothes. It has to be because it's recognized as a part of your whole entity when you travel, which means that Sai owns the Sekimeiya? Because he was able to travel with it?
That's a good point. But we didn't appear upstairs with the cart while I had my purse.
Right. If the cart actually appeared somewhere else, that would indicate again that the location where we appear isn't determined by where we are when we touch Sekimeiya, or else it would have appeared with us.
So if the cart has appeared somewhere else, that position is determined by where the cart was at another point in time, and it should be easy to draw conclusions from that because it spent the entire time in the cleaning room.
Is the cart at home before it did its check-in to do its cart shift at the fucking place? Like, what are you talking about? Where is it? I think so. Finally, consider this as well. When the cart traveled, everything that formed the cleaning cart disappeared alongside it. That included the bag covering its interior and the cleaning products that were placed in the front of it. All that disappeared. It was treated like a single element you were holding. This is so much legwork to just instead of someone move the cart. But it's true. It's true. That's why it's notable that the Sekimeiya didn't disappear while it was also a part of the cart. It was inside it, so it should have been part of what you were touching with your other hand. However, it remained in place and fell in the bucket that was underneath it, which didn't teleport it as it wasn't attached to the cart.
Is this discount zero escape? No, it was the same price. And just like we thought, the Sekimeiya can't go along with us.
Did she say there was a second object there that she's about to touch? I wonder if the other Sekimeiya went back. Pretty much, even though it's what allows you to travel in the first place, it shouldn't be included in your possessions. That wasn't necessarily the case in the previous travels. I wasn't holding the cabinets in the same sense. Maybe Sai has read Homestuck and put the Sekimeiya into its fucking D and I can't remember what it was called. The D cube or whatever the fuck.
Jesus, don't make Homestuck references. You're gonna activate Boulder. Are you gonna cry out in pain if the cleaning cart is in the lobby and Sai is just mopping the floor? I would be into that, actually. I don't think that man's ever picked up a mop in his life, actually.
The Sekimeiya must exclude itself when it comes to what makes travel. Sorry. And lastly, even if it had traveled, it's unlikely we would have appeared with it, which is what I speculated happened with the Sekimeiya and Sai's hip pack. Since the cart didn't appear with us in the attic, the Sekimeiya probably wouldn't have either.
You won't ever guess what Sai has canonically read? What, Atlas Shrugged? I guess you're right. This clears a few things up. We should probably try to get an idea of what happened here, though.
Yeah, the others should still be around. I imagine they looked at the place we disappeared from, so I have no idea why the Sekimeiya was still there. Let's go find them.
We'd been moving through hallway B for a few minutes, so it seemed appropriate to begin there. It was unlikely anyone had ever been near us, but we weren't going to lose much time by making sure to glance over every room.
Thank God.
The start was the 2 bathrooms, and aside from Naomi's body, there was nothing there. Rapidly, we began to open every door to see if anything we could easily spot was around. The Sekimeiya cabinet, as expected, was empty. The original Naomi was still partially under a curtain after I'd grabbed her key, so I covered her properly again. The last crystal rooms were as they'd been from the start. To cross to the opposite hallway, we went through the lobby, knowing that the mechanical room was also on our way. Unexpectedly, our search came to an abrupt stop when we stepped into the large hall. People were next to the metallic shutter. We recognized them immediately. Irina, Akaro, and Kite were kneeling down next to the wall, while Sai looked at them from above. Just imagining him lording over this. As soon as we opened the door, yeah, just Lord of the Shutter. do my bidding. As soon as we opened the door, their heads lifted to meet our gazes. After a couple quiet seconds, Kite was first to further acknowledge our presence and stood up from the floor. He began walking toward us, and we did the same until we met in the middle of the room. Where were you? What the hell happened earlier? While the conversation started, we approached the others who had kept silent. Strangely, they were looking down again, wearing unsettling expressions.
You mean when Sai sneaked away? Right, we disappeared. The Sekimeiya made us go to the past again, and this time we appeared in the attic.
Oh, I see. Do you want to take narration till break? I need a break.
Sure. Okay. After a strangely short response, we went over to the shutter. Something might have happened as everyone else appeared quiet and unresponsive. I wonder why they decided to stay there too. Is the cart like lodged in the shutter?
Mm-hmm. Did you search for us at all?
Since that wasn't a question directed at anyone in particular, Sai decided to speak.
You were in the attic, you said? Why didn't you come down sooner?
We fell asleep and lost track of time. Did something happen? Where's Isla? I asked that instinctively, but I hadn't consciously realized that Isla wasn't with them.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. Irina, who I'd imagined would quickly answer, remained looking down at her lap, hiding her face from us. Strain filled my body as that mere action made me imagine that something terrible could have happened. None of the others decided to respond either, and instead shut their eyes before lowering their heads. Finally, I noticed that their expressions were tinged with sorrow. They understood that their own reactions had started to fill us in. After a few unsettling seconds, Sai began speaking in a faint voice, uncharacteristic of the way he'd come across at any other time. Shoria and I, along with the others against the wall, listened to the words that narrated what had taken place while we'd been sleeping 6 floors above. Are we getting a perspective change? Okay. Wait, what is this sign?
Who is this?
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
What is that?
At the same time that Shoria...
Who's reading this? Help?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Weeby?
I think me for now.
Okay.
At the same time that Shoria and Katsuki disappeared from the cleaning room, Irina and Isla, who were in the opposite hallway, saw Sai appearing from hallway C. As soon as they made eye contact, Sai's body visibly relaxed. As if he'd changed personalities in an instant, he began slowly walking toward the two next to the event room, who hadn't said anything yet. Without a care in the world, he was the first to ask a question.
What's going on? Where did the others go?
What? They went to find you since you disappeared all of a sudden. Why did you do that? Naturally, Irina didn't know how to react, given that the others had made it seem essential to guard hallway A in case Sai went there before they could get him.
Hold on. The log's list of characters? Is this the log? This is the log? This is the filter by name? Narrator, internal. Question mark? Okay. Alright. Whatever. What do you mean? We were gonna start searching for the Sekimeiya, so I just went ahead first.
What? Why didn't you tell us then? Didn't you go to hallway B?
Yes, but I headed over here since it's a better place to start with. I was gonna tell you two to come, but you were looking at me weird, so I wasn't sure if anything happened.
Those weren't very convincing words, but Irina didn't question him further, mostly because Sai's own question cut in.
Where are the others?
Peeking inside the event room with a frown, Sai noticed the lack of other people. Didn't I just say they went behind you? They're in hallway B. The door to the opposite hallway was open, and Akaro could be seen with his own frown, evidently ignoring the sound of their conversation. Sai said Akaro's name out loud, and a few seconds later, his head finally turned to face them. Upon asking him what he was worried about, he let them know that Shiroya and Katsuki had not yet left the cleaning room. So it was just them that teleported. Okay. Sai, showing the strongest reaction, approached the room while letting out a conspicuous grunt. He opened the door and stayed still for some time. Then he entered the small space. Before the others had time to wonder what he was doing, he exited and told them that it was empty. And he also had like a cart-shaped object underneath his shirt. Akaro, who had a hard time believing it, stepped forward and became aware of the glaring contradiction within the room. Seeing his dumbfounded face, Arina and Ayla got closer too. The four of them saw that not only had Shiroya and Akatsuki vanished from the room, the cleaning cart had too. The disappearing cart was nothing compared to everything that had already happened. Once the other three stepped in, they became aware of the cause. The Sekimeiya sat in one of the few buckets that remained on the floor of the cramped room. It was Sai who first questioned its status. As it somewhat contradicted a few things they concluded earlier, it was white instead of the gray color they thought it become after teleporting two people and a whole cleaning cart. Not much discussion was had. Up until then, they'd grown accustomed to Kate's voice immediately instructing them to put the Sekimeiya back in its cabinet. It was a lack of those words that alerted them that Kate wasn't there.
Where's Kate? He followed you to hallway C. Me? Then why didn't he come to the event room when we were in hallway A?
Doubtful looks were the only answer. Sai, Arina, and Ayla had spent a few seconds talking next to its door. Of course, Kate should have been invisible. Taking advantage of Kate's absence, they removed their full focus from the Sekimeiya and left it where they'd found it, prioritizing finding him. All of them assumed that attempting to locate Shiroya and Katsuki was futile, as they'd most likely teleported through time and were somewhere else entirely. Sai was first to suggest going to see where Kate had gone, which shouldn't have taken a long time. With Akaro in the front and Sai in the back, the four left the room and saw the empty hallway C. The stairs presented the possibility of Kate moving upstairs, but hallway A was the most likely option.
Shiroya and Katsuki should still be here even if they traveled back in time. It could be that Kate took advantage of this situation to do something.
Sai called out Kate's name while Akaro viewed the entire situation with suspicion, as he'd seen Sai in front of the cleaning room where Sekimeiya turned out to be. He asked Sai why he disappeared earlier, which was answered the same way he justified his actions to Arina. They stopped in front of the stairs, and Sai sighed as soon as he saw the other long, empty hallway.
You all rushed too quickly to find me when I was only trying to move things along, and now this happened. We found the Sekimeiya already at least, but now we have to search for 3 people, which is just great.
Sai began directing the others. With Katsuki and Kate gone, his demands met no resistance. His arrangement consisted of Arina and Ayla staying next to the stairs, as usual, and Akaro checking hallway B, while he himself looked through the hallway A rooms. That way, the search wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. As they put that into practice, Sai continued yelling out Kate's name. He wasn't being drawn to the noise, so it followed that he wasn't nearby. Drawing a zigzag pattern, Akaro and Sai met in the lobby after looking through every room in their respective hallways. In the meantime, Ayla observed next to her mother. What? Oh, despite her initial optimism, she was aware of what the situation had become. Sai put an end to the search by concluding that the mechanical room was empty.
So maybe Kate got yoinked
Yeah,
too? Yeah.
maybe. Huh. They walked back to the starting point where Arina and Ayla waited. Once the four of them knew that they were the only people on that floor, they could only speculate on where Kate had gone off to. Did they check the bathrooms? With a freeway to the other floors, he could have been anywhere, and even though they'd quickly accepted that Shiroya and Katsuki had once again traveled through time, they should have reappeared by that point. Katsuki and Shiroya's actions weren't openly questioned. After all, everyone had assumed that they'd found the Sekimeiya and touched it without malicious intentions. After Akaro revealed that Sai had been about to enter the cleaning room, Irina couldn't help but suspect that they were being shamelessly manipulated. She sat on the stairs. She was tired and had to bear the constant burden of bringing her daughter into danger. They were locked up in a huge building with a murderer, and the people she wanted to trust had accepted that time travel was an ongoing factor they'd use to explain the mysteries pressing down on them. Mentally, she was exhausted. Ever since the first time they had found Naomi's body, she had been especially careful not to let Isla out of her sight or go off with anyone else. She simply couldn't fully trust them. From finding Naomi's second body onward, it was irrefutable that something unnatural was happening, but her only priority was her daughter's safety. Isla had initially been eager to go to what was supposed to be a routine event, but it had morphed into something incomprehensible. Irina couldn't imagine that someone would want to harm her, but the risk of being there at all gradually eroded any confidence she had in that notion. By taking a seat, she only wanted to show that she needed a short break before the search that inevitably followed. Her own daughter, though, didn't grasp that intention, as she suddenly walked off toward hallway A while the others watched her curiously, and then she's just gone. Uh-oh. This is why parents aren't allowed to take rests in stories. They're just gone. Sweetie, where are you going? With distress and concern lacing her voice, Irina asked that question, looking up from the stairs. Isla turned around and saw her mother's face, which she found a bit tricky to decipher. Choosing to answer the question with her own action, she continued walking and stopped next to room A5. It was the place where gemstones had been stolen, the sole crystal room exposed to the smoke that they still haven't explained that they knew and what it looked like before it happened. Isla reached up to grab the doorknob and turned it to open her way in. From the stairs, three people looked at her, finding what they were seeing very odd. As soon as they saw Isla entering the room, Irina gave up on her brief rest and stood. While she approached the room, she timidly called Isla's name. Once she was by the door, the two men behind started to approach her, intrigued by Isla's behavior. Isla had left the door open, so Irina was the first one to see the interior. Just as she remembered, it was dirtied by a purplish-black color, and almost no brightness penetrated the coating on the ceiling. The light leaking from hallway C was the main source of illumination. It took her a second to spot Isla with how dark it was. She was putting all of the force she could into opening up a cabinet. Unbeknownst to Irina, what would then occur would not leave her memories until they all faded away.
Oh shit.
Applying force with her two small arms, Isla lifted up this heavy cover of the cabinet, found deep in the room. To prevent it from closing, she leaned it on the wall. After that, she attempted to peek inside, but her short body didn't make it easy. With both hands, she grabbed the top of the cabinet and propelled herself upward to see inside it. Once her eyes made contact with what lay inside the compartment she'd uncovered, a nightmarish scream tore through the room, terrifying Irina while she looked in from the hallway. What? But that was only half of what she had to witness. Isla's face was hidden in the cabinet, so Irina was unable to see that her confident look had shifted into an agonizing expression. To find a body? Irina's mind reeled in response as she began running to aid her daughter. She frantically questioned what the cause of this horrible scream could have been. Had it been a physical pain or a reaction to something she'd seen?
Whoa, the song is distracting me.
As Irina rushed inside, Isla's instincts told her to get out of the position she put herself in. However, due to jumping upward, the front of the cabinet had suspended her in midair, painfully pressing her stomach and preventing her legs from reaching the floor. Okay, do we think third Naomi body, someone else's body, Isla's body, or did she find the cleaning cart?
I don't think she would scream at a cleaning cart. Maybe herself?
It's definitely not a Sekimeiya. She wouldn't scream about Sekimeiya.
No, she loves the Sekimeiya. Does Sekimeiya take place in Night City? I don't know. Let's find out.
The only way she could move was by leaning forward. Next to the door, Irina's senses all perceived the same thing. Isla, in her helpless state, inclined forward and fell inside the cabinet. Only the sound of her body landing was audible, as no yell came out. With the curtain falling after a play, the impact made the lid fall, shaken out of its precarious balance. Wait, what? Irina let out a cry and ran as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Sai and Akaro looked on from the door. When Irina reopened the lid and leaned in, she finally saw what the ominous cabinet contained. Nothing at all. Nothing. Irina didn't
Magic
see
trick.
anything. but the 5 faces of the cabinet, covered by a velvet texture that, while untainted by the smoke, appeared black due to the lack of light. Why was she screaming then? Huh. She stood still while her heart took off. Then she snapped and began to feel its walls, trying to understand how that cabinet had swallowed up her daughter. Unable to find anything, she desperately looked around the cabinet in case she'd misinterpreted what had happened. Akaro and Sai, however, both bewildered, had arrived just in time to corroborate that Isla's lower body had fallen inside. They stepped in while Irina's next reaction was to open up the adjacent cabinets in hope of a hidden connection. Within all of them, the only contents were a handful of gems. As that wordless commotion continued, Sai moved toward the cabinet Isla had fallen into. He looked inside it for a few seconds and verified with his own eyes that there was nobody inside. Just as Irina had done, he couldn't suppress the need to reach in, attempting to find it. A hidden passageway! He felt the entire interior, and once he was done, he stood back up to gesture at Akaro that Irina was right. There was nothing there. It's kind of fucked up. They turned to Irina, who had gone completely immobile. Every cabinet had been opened and closed, and she was leaning against the last one without the strength to look up. Before the others had to wait, she spoke with a nearly broken voice. Where did she go? She couldn't have disappeared. In the circumstances that normally sensible claim had no basis. Of course she could have disappeared, just as such a thing had already happened multiple times. The real question they had to ask themselves was how. Sai and Akaro knew that, but they didn't reply, unable to find appropriate words. Can you bring up the map just a second? Where are they?
Right now they're in the lobby.
No, where did Isla disappear?
Oh god, I have A5. Okay, chat says A5.
It's A5, so it shares a wall with the cleaning room where the fucking Sekimeiya is right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if she was there, I see. But that was after the rest of them left. Yeah, but that can't be it because that was after the rest of them disappeared.
No, maybe someone else used it again.
Oh.
Maybe it gained power again and it used again, yeah. But why did she scream when she looked inside the cabinet? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Unless there was a body in there and that disappeared when the Sekimeiya was used
if
as well.
she was touching it, that
Oh,
would have...
was it the first Naomi body that landed in the bathroom?
Maybe. Oh god, my head hurts.
Okay. In the circumstances normally sensible. Yeah, okay. Tell me, something must have happened to her, and it has to do with this teleportation you two keep talking about. What happened? They had realized that the room was empty. Isla had suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. Even though disappearances had become commonplace, they thought that Sekimeiya had to be directly involved for one to occur. Despite that, they found it in the cleaning room and left it there. Furthermore, Katsuki's earlier explanation of the range emitted by the Sekimeiya couldn't explain when it occurred, as nobody else nearby had disappeared along with Isla. Unless... And even though it seemed of less importance, there was one last thing without explanation: Isla's scream. She let out a terrifying cry as soon as she looked inside the cabinet. However, Irina had immediately looked inside and seen nothing. Sai and Akaro told all of that to Irina, who until that point hadn't completely considered the full implications of the paranormal events she had witnessed. They wanted to reassure Irina that even though Isla had somehow disappeared, she had gone to the past and was safe somewhere else. You made a banger choice making me take narration before break, huh?
Sorry!
Irina knew that what had happened couldn't be immediately answered, so she rushed out to find Isla, hoping that they would reunite soon. They had a whole building to search through and no guarantee that Isla was still in it. At the same time, a part of Irina was still trying to understand why Isla had suddenly walked up to that cabinet. She tried to comfort herself when she remembered the recording they'd heard in the attic, since, in the worst case scenario, it told her that Isla was going to be safe in a month. For the first time, Irina viewed it as a failsafe instead of one of the worst possibilities. That's a cool thought. Only 3 people were part of the group that still remained on the crystal floor. They wanted to urgently find Isla, whose vanishing had suddenly generated the first real instance of chaos since the start of their imprisonment. They confirmed that the Sekimeiya hadn't moved from the cleaning room, and their rushed search began. They continually yelled Isla's name, hoping that she would appear before them. Even though a single disappearance hadn't yet been linked to direct danger, Irina's nerves were clearly shot, which is why they went through the whole building as fast as they could. Having recently looked through the entire bottom floor, they were done with it swiftly. The elevator should still have been disabled in the attic, so their search continued through the stairs. I mean, they weren't that thorough then because they didn't find fucking Katsuki and Shiroya just chilling in that room sleeping.
Yeah.
Emitting clear desperation, they hastily looked through the rest of the building, yelling for Ayla. Once they finished, the result took a bit of time to sink in. Not only had they not found Ayla, but Kite, Shiroya, and Katsuki hadn't been drawn to their yells either.
Could it have been Kite's body, maybe? I don't know.
As they thought, the elevator was still open, and they chose not to re-enable it yet. With a much slower pace and devoid of energy, they headed downstairs, surrounded by haunting silence. Irina's thoughts kept returning to the recording, which she could no longer make Sai and Akara listen to even if she wanted to, as it had disappeared along with Ayla's purse. The crystal floor was just as empty as before. None of them knew what to do, so they lethargically walked to the lobby, where Kate was like, "Hey, what's up?" Before them was the immutable shutter preventing them from escaping and obtaining help. Irina leaned against it while the other two stayed still. Imagining how much Irina was suffering, being faced with the precarious disappearance of her child, they had chosen long ago not to say anything unnecessary. For a while, they stayed there, powerless against the confusing reality, hoping that waiting would lead them somewhere. So Sai can shut the fuck up. Interesting. They knew where the Sekimeiya was, but without Kate, dealing with it seemed far from their priority. It appeared impossible that it had been related to Ayla's disappearance, but no other explanation existed. Out of the blue, they found themselves alone in a huge building with 2 identical corpses after 4 people had vanished. The silence had continued uninterrupted since they'd set foot on the crystal floor, but the 3 of them had been thinking about drastically different things. It was an outside sound that finally breached the empty air, coming from hallway A.
Sorry, I punched the microphone out of sheer joy of seeing Sai again.
They immediately lifted their heads. The door had been left open, so they all rushed to see if they could spot the origin of the sound. In Night City, what makes someone a criminal? They did so easily. Kate's figure was in the middle of the whole wide floor. His shoulders slumped. As soon as they saw each other, Kate hurried over to them.
Where did you go? We searched for you.
Shai shot the first question, and an immediate answer came that left the 3 of them unsatisfied.
I don't know. I think I experienced what Atsuki said. That teleportation. I've been searching for you.
That brief explanation was all they got, as the next thing that came out of his mouth was a question they'd known would come.
Where are Ayla, Katsuki, and Shiroya?
Kate looked through the door and saw the empty hall, 3 faces lowered in front of him, communicating what had occurred. Akara, knowing how hard it was for Irina to hear those words, chose to speak and briefly explain the recent events. It was a lot of information to take in for Kate, and it only made everything that had recently happened even more confusing. Despite that, he had a few thoughts that he chose to keep it to himself.
I see. I'm sorry, but I have no clue what happened to any of us. You said you searched the building, right?
The others nodded.
We'll do it again!
They told her where Ayla, Katsuki, and Shiroya had disappeared from, so he began walking to where they'd last seen Ayla, as that part of the story was what he at least understood. I mean, like, like Shiroya and Katsuki were asleep in the attic, and they legitimately did not find them during the search. That's crazy. They all entered room
search.
A5 and were hit by the memory of Ayla's body falling into that looming void. They'd lowered every lid before leaving, so Sai pointed at the one in question. Kate approached it, finding it hard to believe that nothing had been found inside. He completely denied the thought of any opening or passage within the cabinet, so he wanted to see if he could get a good idea of what had happened, or if he could reinforce what he had believed had truly occurred. He gripped the lower part of the lid with his right arm and lifted it. As soon as the smallest gap appeared, he peeked inside. Even though there was very little light, he frowned. Yep, fucking empty. As he continued revealing the cabinet, that frown shifted into a much darker expression. Once he was done, he could only gesture at the others to see with their own eyes, as he couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. Wait, what? Hearing his faint but trembling voice, Irina ran up to see what he had seen. When she saw the body of her daughter lying face up, her mind broke and all of her thoughts were defied. Ayla looked almost like she was sleeping, but the lack of her chest rising made Irina fear the worst. Without thinking, she reached inside, and as soon as she felt Ayla's skin, she gave out and collapsed onto the cabinet, creating a sight reminiscent of the last time Ayla had been seen. She felt no trace of life, only a cold piece of flesh with a texture far from the one she recognized as her daughter's. While the others stared in pity, Irina didn't move. Her sharp cries piercing the air, the recording which she had begun to see as proof of hope had become an impossibility.
Having this music playing for this is deranged. Let me be the first one to say.
Yeah. After some time, Katane looked inside the cabinet again while everyone kept an eye on him. He didn't see anything else. Isla rested alone in the space she disappeared from. The others knew how heartless it was to attempt to solve what had happened right away, but nobody could help but think about how little sense it all made. Isla had disappeared from an empty cabinet and reappeared inside it later. The only change her status from alive to dead.
I think that's a good break point.
Huh. I don't know what's going on right now. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Catbox. Well, I think it would be in maybe bad taste to show the Isla fan art or the Isla sprite art by for breaks. Sorry for whoever requested that. Okay. We'll come back in like 10 minutes. How long will stream go on today? 2 more hours. 2 more hours. Please show. Best time? Okay. Gotta click the Sekimeiya thread. Was it in the Sekimeiya thread? Who posted it? My searchers. You know what? I'm just gonna put it in chat and pin it. How about that? We'll pin it for break.
All right. I'm gonna go for break. Be back.
All right, we're back. Chat before I go. Sorry, I saw people talking about the ad thing. The ads were not working as intended. They were. I was misinformed about how they would work. I tried to turn it down. I don't know if it'll work midstream, but for next Sunday, that you will not get as many. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Hello, we're back.
Hello, hello.
I have tea. I realized something toward the break.
Okay.
I want you to look at this word carefully.
Word. Sekimeiya?
Yeah.
Okay. That?
We're going back in time. I swear we're going back in time. I swear we're going back in time. I swear we're going all the way back. We're going to...
Sekimeiya? Yeah,
2 weeks back.
It, yeah. It's
Thank
gotta
you.
be.
Thank you for realizing the completely accidental anagram. It was awesome when we saw it. God damn it. Godot! What do you mean? What do you mean it's an accidental anagram? What do you mean? I'm crashing out.
Hold on, just 2 weeks before this all happened, that they had one of their friends that, they used to go hang out at the exact spot that the Sekimeiya was discovered in the mountains, just, happened to die in a random explosion that destroyed her, except for, some of her clothes and her jaw. That's got nothing to do with what's going on in the building right now. What are you talking about? It's completely separate. That's just setup and just preamble. Like, yeah, it's fine.
Is Godot doing the Umi Fuller thing of going into the stream channel and trying to redirect people with false theorizing? Is that what we're doing here? Are you? I don't know. You could be banned on Jads for that.
Wine in front of me.
Wine in front of me.
Do we think that the Sekimeiya has different powers depending on who touches it? Do we think that that Isla is just like frozen in time stasis right now and not dead. And maybe when someone else touches it, all the contents of their pockets and purses get scrambled, which is how all those items appeared.
I think it's parallel universe shit. I think that somewhere else she was dead and she got swapped over. I don't know. I'm going crazy. I don't know because I keep coming up with ideas and then I'm like, we really don't know enough to do that. And then fucking Beatrice, like episode 2 Umineko comes in my head and goes, oh, I almost just said my real name on stream. She goes, oh, Mouse, so you giving up? You don't have all the pieces? Welcome back to Rikenjima. Thank you.
Need some red truths.
We need some goddamn. You want to have all the pieces so bad. There have to be alternate timelines, otherwise how could the recording from a month in the future exist? I mean, what is the difference between a parallel universe and a time loop? Really? Should we like to discuss time travel theory? Isla saw her own dead body. Everyone got teleported. Everyone but Isla into the exact same positions, and Isla somewhere else. My god. I do think that Isla saw her own dead body.
I think so too.
What does her imaginary friend have to do with anything? Oh
yeah, her imaginary friends.
Yeah.
And the gem thieving organization that may or may not exist that's been completely forgotten. All right, we good to go?
Yeah, I'll take narration.
Ooh. All right. I'm gonna jam while you're doing that.
Right. A third death had surfaced, and that time, someone who'd been with the group from the start was the victim. Once again, a number of questions came along with it, but no answers, not even the cause of death. Regardless, the unfortunate reality was that a mother had lost her child on what should have been an enjoyable day. Someone just mentioned Zin in chat. I completely forgot it existed, I'm gonna be honest. A mother had lost her child on what should have been an enjoyable day, Mother's Day in fact, which had transfigured into an inexplicable nightmare. The rest of them verified that Isla was no longer alive, and while they were hit hard by such a tragedy, they knew they couldn't begin to imagine what Irina was feeling. They exchanged looks without interfering with her, her body trembling as she hid her face. Eventually, she stood up abruptly and bolted out of the room, briefly displaying her tormented expression. Irina had left due to her recollection of Naomi's death. Hello, chinchillas. A killer was nearby and had managed to remain unseen. Even though she couldn't begin to take in what had happened, she understood that her life had warped into something terrible. Regret, her only companion. She took advantage of the last amount of strength she had within herself and used it while adrenaline still let her. Hello, Jelly. Frantically, she opened every door in the hallway. Then, she looked through every cabinet in case the killer had brazenly hidden in one. Her thoughts on the matter were clear, and she knew who to suspect. Kate, Katsuki, and Shiroya could have been responsible in some way.
Hey, Jelly, how's it going?
However, as soon as she entered the huge and overwhelming lobby, her body gave out under the full weight of her daughter's death. Yes, you missed something, Jelly. She wouldn't be able to find her killer, and most likely, she would never begin to understand what had happened to her. Suffering from the ultimate feeling of emptiness, she slumped on a wall and slowly slid to the ground. Sai, Akaro, and Kate, upon noticing that the sound of Irina's movements had abruptly faded, walked to the lobby and saw her sitting on the floor ahead. They approached her slowly and remained at her side. A loud noise resounded through the entire floor, and they understood what it had been. The cabinet's lid had fallen when nobody had been looking, sealing Isla inside while also letting her rest peacefully. Nobody chose to leave the lobby. They knew that gravity, a simple law of the universe, had closed Isla's coffin by itself. Oh, okay. However, they didn't know the true consequences that sound had brought and spent the time unaware until the hallway B door opened. Sai finished summarizing what had happened, avoiding explicit words that would have hurt Irina even more. It was way too much to take in, and it revealed that we'd slept for longer than we'd thought. As I looked at Irina, who hadn't raised her head since we'd entered, I saw the wet stains on her lap that I'd missed before. Shroya looked crushed. She couldn't believe such a sudden and tragic story had unfolded while she slept. I began to feel guilty about my recent actions, ones I'd taken in ignorance. I didn't know what to say, so I just stood there, repelling the thought that Isla was really no longer with us. I felt terrible for her and Irina, but also unimaginably pissed off. Instead of having the chance to mourn privately, Irina had to spend hours locked up with us, not understanding how or why her daughter had passed away. It was a bad idea, but I asked it regardless in a quiet voice.
Can I go see?
Sai nodded hesitantly, as it wasn't his decision. Shiraya must have been horrified at the thought of seeing Isla with her own eyes. I didn't want to see her either, but I wanted to understand what had happened more than anything. It was the least we could do. I didn't know how to act, only that attempting to comfort Irina was foolish. We told her how sorry we were as soon as Sai mentioned Isla's death, but that had been it. Before I could move, Irina stood up and looked at us. Although she didn't have the strength to speak, she breathed while wiping her face and walked toward hallway A. She needed to know what had occurred. Many things stood out, starting with Isla's behavior. She had gone to that cabinet by herself without explaining why, so there had to be something important there. Then her yell upon seeing its contents. Given how Irina had found the cabinet empty, it seemed possible to conclude what Isla had witnessed. And even though the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, there was a chance that two existed. If Isla's disappearance had been caused by the Sekimeiya, it was possible that she had seen a human body. It would have warranted the scream, and humans were all that the Sekimeiya seemed to make travel. Maybe there'd been someone in the cabinet and they'd disappeared at the same time as Isla. However, I kept in mind what Shiroya and I had just discussed. If falling into the cabinet made Isla touch what was inside, she might have traveled with it if it had become something she possessed, for lack of a better term. And if that was what had happened, the source of the range had to have been outside the cabinet, or else the Sekimeiya would have remained inside it. It makes sense if it was her body, if that possession rule is real and not just Katsuki hallucinating again, because it would be she owns her body, technically. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If the range came from the Sekimeiya in the cleaning room, Irina, by the entrance to room A5, should have traveled as well. Sai and Akaro saw Isla falling into the cabinet, so Kate, who had just disappeared, could have been who'd activated it. In that case, nobody would have noticed he'd traveled too. However, the crystal floor had just been searched, so if Kate's range had encompassed the whole cabinet, it might have come from floor 2. Oh god. Oh, if the range went through solid objects and Kate was above the room, the ceiling was no obstacle. In fact, my third travel suggested that the range could go through solid objects. The Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning cart, and I'd been picked up too, so if the Sekimeiya was the nucleus of the range, the cart's walls should have prevented me from traveling. After Isla's disappearance, the group searched through the whole building and didn't find Kate. If he activated the travel from floor 2, he could appear on the crystal floor, escaping the search. However, it was important to note that they never found me and Shiroya, so their search wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. That theory explained Kate's and Isla's disappearances, along with the lack of the Sekimeiya in the cabinet.
Kate under one of the beds they were sleeping on the whole time, eating his Dominoes.
Yep.
Just like everyone's in that fucking room.
Would that mean it was all just a very unfortunate coincidence, though? I got you, Godot, by the way. Isla had found something peculiar about the cabinet, and there had been something frightening inside it. We were all in front of it. Since nobody else was going to step in, I walked forward myself. I was afraid and worried about how Isla would look, but I needed to find something that hinted at what had happened. I began raising the lid while everyone kept their eyes slightly diverted from me. I carefully leaned it on the wall so that it wouldn't close again. Then I finally looked inside, hoping that the dim light would prevent the sight from being too harsh.
Wait. This isn't what you said.
Oh god. What isn't? Sai, thinking that I'd accused him of lying, walked forward while everyone else frowned. As soon as he looked, he understood what I meant. Huh? I don't get it. Why is this... The others all got closer. They saw Isla resting face up with her knees folded. However, my own tiny wish had been denied by the Sekimeiya beside her, emitting a faint light which eliminated her more than I'd wanted. What? It shouldn't be here. I haven't gone to the cleaning room myself, but I'm certain that when I saw her, there was nothing else here. I didn't find it appropriate to blame them for leaving the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet since Isla had disappeared, but none of us could have moved it. Yeah, I'm sure the Sekimeiya wasn't here when we left. Irina, who had been the only one to refrain from looking, gave a small nod when our eyes met. There's no way it got here by itself. Kate left the room as he gestured at us to follow. Naturally, he was going to the cleaning room, so Shiroya and I instinctively looked at each other, knowing how that would end.
What the? Oh, right, you said the cleaning cart disappeared after our travel.
This is too much. Does it simply not exist anymore?
The fucking fake acting. Okay.
We'd hidden the Sekimeiya, but admitting it was pointless as that had nothing to do with Isla's death and would only make us extremely suspicious. I made sure to communicate my stance on it to Shiroya by appearing to be surprised. It's not here. We left the Sekimeiya in this bucket.
What then? Did it teleport to Isla?
Listen, Katsuki. I don't want to throw out useless accusations right now, but you understand that you and Shiroya are the only two people who could have moved it, right? That's not true. Someone who came from the future could have done it too. Great defense. You're right. But assuming that didn't happen, it could only have been you two. Kate could have taken it as well, but he couldn't have left it in the cabinet. This is the first time you've seen the cleaning cart gone, right? You came to the lobby from hallway B, so did you not explore these rooms? Why did you go straight to the lobby? Understand that what you've told us is that you two spent all this time asleep in the attic. Despite this, you weren't found.
You didn't find Kate either, so you obviously didn't do a great job, and you were in a rush, so you kept yelling Isla's name while quickly looking. I bet you didn't look at the upper levels of the bedrooms, which is where we were, and since we were asleep, we didn't hear you. And yes, we found it unlikely you'd be in the crystal room, so our first instinct was to go to the event room and then to the lobby.
Forgive me, but I find this hard to believe. You came from hallway B, which is unneeded for what you're saying. In fact, since you knew the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, what I find most believable is that you came here straight away.
We didn't. We just had to go to the bathroom after sleeping, so we took hallway B afterward.
This guy's the worst liar I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Both of you?
Yes. Does that matter?
If I'm not misremembering, there's a corpse covering the entire floor of the men's. Did it not bother you?
Don't be stupid. I used the other one too.
I'd admittedly missed that corpse thing. But Sai stopped talking as if it had started to feel very disrespectful. I wasn't sure if he was accusing us of hiding the Sekimeiya or of being involved in Isla's death. I didn't have to say it, but I'd been ready to claim that if we'd hidden it in Isla's cabinet, we would have appeared from hallway A. But I didn't think about the corpse in the fucking bathroom. Well, no matter how, the Sekimeiya moved from here to the cabinet. I don't know why the culprit would do this. Shiroya and I had hidden the Sekimeiya in Naomi's locker, so it was even more confusing for us. Nobody could have put it in the cabinet. The goal seemed impossible to decipher, and there was the entire existence of another Sekimeiya to deal with. Something Sai had said bothered me. The culprit. He was implying that what happened to Isla was someone's fault, and one who had orchestrated everything deliberately. I wasn't so convinced about that, so we moved again to where Isla lay to determine an important fact, the cause of her death. We'd left the lid uncovered, and as I peeked inside, I saw that the Sekimeiya was still present. It was white, and it emitted a bit of light around itself. I covered my hand with my sleeve and reached in to grab it. I underestimated the depth of the cabinet, and my fingers brushed the Sekimeiya, causing it to roll and contact Isla's face. Frowning, I retrieved it properly and stood up straight, and that's how we learned that the Sekimeiya will not transport dead bodies on their own.
Is it not? Is it not? His fingers brushed it through the sleeve, maybe, or should it teleported him there too, or?
Mm.
Hmm. Remember what we thought about Naomi? That maybe the Sekimeiya replicated her dead body. Well, I accidentally knocked it into Isla's cheek, and given how the Sekimeiya is still white and it wasn't and I wasn't picked up at any range, it's unlikely anything happens. Okay, I guess so.
Is it hot?
Slightly, yes. Okay, you're right.
Really, it was almost hot enough to hurt, but I didn't feel like indulging Sai. Since I didn't know what to do with it, I made my way to the event room and put it in the cabinet. I explored the possibility of activating it myself, but I discarded it quickly as it was clear we didn't truly know how it worked, and a death that seemed to have been closely tied to its mechanics had just taken place. Going back, I met Kate in the hallway. I went to grab this from the security room. It's a little flashlight I use to move around this floor when the lights are off. It should be helpful.
I see. It will. How is Irina not saying use the Sekimeiya to go back and save my daughter right now? Like, what's going on?
She disrespects the rules of time travel too much.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Once I returned, I showed the light to Irina, letting her know that it'd help us examine Isla in the cabinet.
Irina, are you okay with this? If you prefer, we can wait until the police investigate. I do want to see if there's anything to find and learn what happened, but I understand if you want us to hold off. No, go ahead. Okay.
Nothing else, it was good to see that she didn't strongly suspect us of being responsible, even though it seemed that only Shiroya and I could have had the chance to move the Sekimeiya. Based on the story that Sai told us, it should have also been possible for Sai, Akaro, and Kite to be working together and put the Sekimeiya there themselves, but I considered it far from likely. I stepped forward again. My intention was not to touch Isla directly, and even though I had appreciated the lack of proper illumination earlier, I was about to use a light myself. It made me uneasy that the darkness could easily obscure something vital. As soon as I turned it on, the flashlight proved to be potent. I illuminated the entire room, and for the first time, we clearly saw what the walls and ceiling looked like. They could almost be called disfigured, but nothing else stood out. I moved to the cabinet, and aside from Irina, who remained by the door, the rest got closer too. I could clearly see Isla's hauntingly peaceful face. It was overwhelming, and for an instant I thought I'd suddenly wake back up in the attic. However, apart from that, the result wasn't what I expected. The cabinet wasn't concealing anything from us. In fact, the interior was exactly as it appeared. Not a single drop of blood had stained it, and there was no hint toward the way Isla lost her life. For the first time, and with a slight frown, I reached my hand out to touch her. However, any doubts I had were wiped away by contacting her lifeless skin. Even though nothing indicated how it had happened, Isla was not alive. How had the leap from life to death happened? I had no good guess. I spoke in a faint voice so that Irina wouldn't hear me. 2 weeks prior, a death had destroyed my life, but that was almost minuscule compared to how Irina must have felt. If I had any answers for her, they needed to be certain.
I can't know what happened to her just by looking, but there's no blood at all. It reminds me a bit of the second Naomi.
So physical damage wasn't the cause unless brain damage from a blow didn't leave a wound. Could have been poisoning.
You think someone had the chance to poison her in a situation like this?
I'm just keeping my options open.
I don't know. If someone did this to her, sure, but in terms of natural deaths, not many things would apply. Children don't really have their hearts suddenly fail very often.
The Sekimeiya was involved in some way, so we have to think about more out of the ordinary causes.
Yeah. What if traveling is what caused this to begin with? When she disappeared, she traveled through time and appeared somewhere else. If she couldn't have existed at that point, it's possible she appeared in this state. Even though she reminds me of the second Naomi, that body had a head wound. I can't see any such thing here, though.
What else would leave her in this state? Starvation, for example?
Well, she would have died of dehydration before starvation, and that has effects on the skin.
What a conversation to be having right now.
Irina, like, in the corner? Oh my god.
Yeah. I gently pinched Isla's cheek, lightly pulled it, and then released it.
If someone is dehydrated, their skin isn't very elastic. I don't see anything indicating it here. It looks normal. Also, she'd have spent a pretty long time in here. Definitely more than a day.
What about asphyxiation? ask chat as well.
Someone could easily do that since she's a kid, but there are no marks on her neck.
Well, technically suffocation. Yeah, falling in the cabinet and suffocating would do it. I meant asphyxiation within the cabinet. It doesn't seem very large, so could that have happened? Oh, also, sorry, Zorgox. You don't need to stick around if you don't want to.
I doubt it. It's true that something was up with this cabinet, but that required her to spend a long time inside, and there's no reason why she wouldn't have gotten out. That would take a lot less time than dehydration, but it's still considerable. Let's say she couldn't escape, though. The way she'd die would be from carbon dioxide intoxication, not from lack of oxygen. Even in a small space like this, I think it takes 6 or 7 hours, maybe even more, since a child would breathe less.
It was far less than 7 hours ago when we last looked through this room and these cabinets.
Right. The way this happened, we can't tell if it was a homicide or an accident caused by the Sekimeiya. She most likely traveled to the past, but even if she spent that time in the cabinet, it wouldn't have been enough to kill her. And since Irina wasn't picked up by the travel, it's likely she didn't go very far back.
There was another reason why I believed something like that might have happened, and it was Isla's yell. If she traveled to the past and spent time in the cabinet, it meant that Isla screamed because she saw her own body. However, that same travel would have made 2 bodies travel back, multiplying the number every time. That couldn't be right, and it also meant that the body she saw was alive. What I just said replayed in my mind. Probably 6 or 7 hours would have been needed for her to suffocate inside the cabinet. The time could be cut in half if 2 Islas had been in the cabinet, breathing twice as much air.
What?
I don't know. Nonetheless, if that was completely off the mark, there was no other possibility except a bizarre homicide, which was one of the most unnerving thoughts that could come to me.
I still have no idea why the Sekimeiya appeared here. You're sure it wasn't here before you left, right?
Yeah, we checked around her.
Then something else happened that put it here. If someone brought it deliberately, it was the culprit who needed it for whatever happened. If not, then it means that the Sekimeiya can teleport on its own.
Maybe that's why we didn't find it when Isla disappeared. The Sekimeiya she traveled with also teleported.
Yes, but if that's it, it would have appeared with Isla's body, not later.
We continued looking at her face, slight traces of pain present behind its seeming serenity. A few hot tears stung the corners of my eyes. The peaceful appearance she had was a cruel joke, nothing more. Although I kept trying to reach a conclusion, everything was too broad and nebulous to definitely conclude anything. At my side, Shiroya hadn't taken her eyes off Isla, and she hadn't spoken in a while. Eventually, we turned around. Irina was by the door looking at the ground. I couldn't imagine what her thoughts were, but we let her know the gist of what we'd determined. She accepted what we said with almost imperceptible nods. We didn't know what else to do, but as we were about to leave, she stepped into the room and walked up to Isla again. I wasn't sure why until I saw her staring inside and crying again. We silently watched her, understanding how excruciating the sight was, but that she still had to look. When she was ready, she stood up straight and approached us. We had only known her for a few hours, but I felt the most sincere pity for her. Excluding Naomi, Isla was the second death I'd had to directly face. If the past 2 weeks hadn't drained me like they had, I probably would have been unable to control my emotions. I recalled the recording that told us Isla would be alive in a month. How to treat it? I had no idea, but it had ironically become a last hope. Could the Sekimeiya have the power to bring a person back to life? It wasn't that crazy of a thought, depending on how it worked, so the recording coming true at the cost of spending a month in the tower was the best case scenario. If one thing was certain, it was that some kind of plan existed behind it. Out of everyone there, the recorder had appeared inside Isla's purse. Not only that, the audio on it was downright bizarre. In a few hours, at 21 o'clock, we'd have a much better understanding of its veracity. Although we hadn't checked, it was very likely within that mysterious cabinet, still inside Isla's purse.
Want me to take over narration now?
Yeah, we never saw inside Irina's purse, right? When they conspicuously mentioned 3 bags and only explained what was in 2, we never saw what was in hers.
I don't think we did, no.
Is that true? Okay, all right.
At least if we did, I don't remember.
Yeah.
What was in Shiroya's? They all had something different in it, didn't it?
Yeah,
Didn't
they did.
they? Hmm.
I don't remember. It was up in the attic.
And Sai in his purse had the Sekimeiya.
Yeah,
So
his man purse. One of the Sekimeyas. Sekimeiya S for Sai.
after giving the flashlight back to Kate, he brought it to the security room. Once again, we moved to the lobby due to its proximity to the outside world and how spacious it was. They're really leaving her in the cabinet? That seems odd. Fucking hell.
I don't know.
Key to the cabinet ensures that was it, yes.
Oh, right, yeah.
Shoria, Kate, and I sat on the couch. There were chairs next to the reception desk, but everyone else chose to sit on the floor in silence, leaning against a wall. Every speck of motivation, excuse me,
He hates it.
excuse
He's
me,
bored.
within me had been crushed. Yep, there we go. While I wanted to know what was going on even more, I only had the energy to think to myself. I was almost sure that two Sekimeiya existed, and that one had been the source of Isla's death. I still held the key to the other one. Yeah, I would want to go into locker right so bad right now.
Yeah,
My
me
intent was to
too.
eventually check on the Sekimeiya that we had, so I had to eventually decide what to do regarding that. We were all sitting down, letting the time pass and waiting for our release. If I didn't do anything, it was possible the police would find the key on me, giving away that I'd been the one to hide the Sekimeiya. I would have to discard it before it was too late. I could see Shoria next to me, staring at the tiles. She'd been trying to accept Mia's death. Naomi said Shirley made things worse, and Isla, who had taken a liking to Shoria fairly quickly, was gone too. The best thing I could do for her was to let her process it. Unlike 2 weeks ago, we had seen Isla's dead body, meaning that using the Sekimeiya to prevent her death was almost certainly impossible. Fucking hell. Despite that, it would probably still be useful to understand what had happened if we used it to go to the past. Can the past be changed? There are many different ways the universe could work.
What a fucking sentence.
Here we go.
Oh, I'm pre-crashing out for this one.
Here we
Sorry.
go.
I'm
Get
pre-crashing
brace
out
for
this
zero
one.
escape bullshit right now. Here we go.
Pre-crashing out. Just link us the Wikipedia articles. Just put links to the Wikipedia articles about whatever time travel bullshit you're about to give us, and we'll go read it on our own. Let us do our own homework, man. Come on.
Upon traveling, would the timeline we live in change instantly? If so, the person who traveled would be the only one aware of the change, and everyone else would only have memories of the new timeline. Another way would be that once you travel and change the past, a new flow of time is created with that change. In this case, the original world would continue without being affected, and the person who had traveled would stop existing in it altogether.
Can you imagine? I'm so sorry to interrupt this deeply meaningful monologue. Can you imagine being at a party and you're stuck with Katsuki and Sai, and they're the only ones who have weed? And so if you want to get high at the party, you have to be in the room with them and listen to them yap on drugs. That was just the most nightmarish situation I've ever remembered.
Damn. Damn. But it doesn't seem like the Sekimeiya allows for either one. We travel to the past to the very same timeline and don't change anything. Because you choose not to. Yet the travels do allow for occurrences to happen that we've already experienced before traveling.
Okay, I haven't remembered being in a room with Sai and Katsuki, but I have remembered being in a room where the only time that anybody could get weed was from two bros who just wanted to talk. Like, I remember getting into an argument with a guy at a party because he was trying to talk about like how useless space travel is because we were unlikely to ever discover aliens because of the statistical chance that we would ever discover aliens with space travel was so low that what's the fucking point? And I was like, what about like the beauty of discovering the universe? Like, what about that? And he was like, no, that doesn't fucking matter. And like, we had to have like you have to have conversations like that. Parties are like this, okay? That's a sigh-ass conversation. Okay, sorry. Anyway.
You should mean like maybe we find like no aliens. Maybe we find some like plants and we can find space weed.
All
and
we
you just
know
bring it back to
about
weed.
all we know about is carbon-based life forms. We don't know anything about any kind of life form
Oh
except
God.
carbon-based life forms. So what if even just going to space and discovering like silicon-based life forms or something would be
No, you don't know. You just activated so many fucking like armchair scientist sleeper agent with no, oh shit, I'm scared to look at chat right now. Oh my God. Don't, yeah, don't, never bring this up again. You don't know what you're doing. No. No.
Do I not know what I'm doing?
uh,
You think I don't know what I'm doing?
There's gonna be Reddit threads about you about this now. Like, oh, fucking mouse doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. No. Oh God.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine if that's how you want to define life. You can define life however you want. God knows Americans are defining life however they want. You can join their ranks. Have fun.
It's impossible to feel sure about this, but hours ago I tried to save Naomi. As soon as I became determined to change the past, and just when it seemed possible, the universe put a barrier in front of me and made everything occur as it had. Because he tried so hard, even though it might have already been too late to save Naomi when I ran to the bathroom. I already decided not to let her killer escape. Even that was seamlessly denied. We kept the Sekimeiya we last traveled with inside Naomi's locker. If we were right about it sending us further back in time, the longer it wasn't cold, we might have been able to use it to go more than 2 weeks into the past. I knew nothing good would come from that, but at least seeing Mia again was a vague possibility. However, the Sekimeiya hadn't appeared to work when we hit it, so we simply had to hope it would start working again before doing anything. To go back far enough, the time traveled couldn't be less than or equal to the time stored. But I didn't think that was the case. But I didn't think was the case. What? Did I add the right word there? If keeping the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet for 20 minutes resulted in a 20-minute travel, we couldn't go so far back. But if a minute stored resulted in a 30-minute travel, it could become possible, although it wouldn't correspond to my 3 travels. Thought about something.
For the first time.
Why had the Sekimeiya not worked when we stored it in the locker? Could the universe have prevented it from working? What if, after traveling, we would have been guaranteed to change what had already occurred? Maybe the Sekimeiya would disallow any travel that was going to lead into an impossibility. Once more, thought led me back to the recorder that informed us we'd spent my and Shoryo's birthdays in the tower. If it came true, we could possibly store the Sekimeiya for 30 days, granting what would surely be a massive travel. We'd found the recorder in our present, so a clear implication was that someone had traveled from the future to bring it to us. It appeared inside Isla's purse, but she couldn't have been the one to bring it back, since she was dead. Yet somehow it also seemed to prove that she would be alive in a month, and to top it off, the recorded voices of Sai and Akaro had sounded particularly surprised to see her.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Anyway.
I got a bit dizzy. Just what was the reality of it all? It had to be related to Isla's mysterious friend. Oh yeah. Someone in that silent room with me could have had the intention to trap us for an entire month, potentially so they could achieve a very far travel. As I thought about it, I cemented more and more how important it was to fully understand the Sekimeiya. While the person responsible had to be around us, it was possible they hadn't thought of it yet. Since Arena and Shorya had heard the recording, I found it unlikely either of them would be the one to eventually cause that outcome. If they did, their idea of staying for one more month would originally come from hearing the recording. 1 more month? Just like how I thought of some of its benefits only because the idea had been presented to me, a causal loop like that, generating an idea from nothing, still sounded irrational to me. Sai was the one who first presented the draft of a theory. Sorry, I can't read right now. Sai was the one who first presented the draft of a theory I was using, that the time the Sekimeiya spent outside of its cabinet was what determined the amount of time traveled. If that was the fundamental motive of our extended imprisonment, Sai was the best candidate to suspect. He had never listened to the audio. However, that same recording also made it sound as if we'd been abandoned by the world outside, so it was potentially foolish to blame someone in the building instead. That's insane. But the reality was that we were most likely still sharing space with a murderer who had killed anywhere from 1 to 3 times. The death of the second Naomi had almost certainly been a normal homicide, but I wasn't sure if the case was still the same with Isla. The culprit's actions had been linked to the Sekimeiya from the beginning, and they had managed to escape us so far. It was strange how they'd known about the Sekimeiya's powers right away, and it had begun to seem like they were from the far future. We could all easily have been in the middle of their process. All of us had learned about the Sekimeiya's powers, then someone decided to trap us for an entire month and would actually accomplish it somehow. In the future, once the required time passed, they would travel back and exist at the start of the day's events with a full understanding of the Sekimeiya. It's probably us. They would cause what they once they'd once seen, which meant that at that moment, a future version of one of us existed somewhere. It was a bit paradoxical too, but depending on how they would replicate the events they'd experienced, it might have made sense. What do you think? Too hard to follow, or
what I think is that it just kills the fucking momentum of the story every time. Like, if they just I'm not fully against like the little yapping sessions in his head, like, but all of it can be condensed to like 3 sentences, and a lot of this is like subtext that the reader should be able to pick up on. Like, if we had like the momentum of them discovering the body and like this and then all of this stuff, and I think it's cute that there was like the magical cabinet, basically, like, it's harkening, this whole situation here is harkening back to like classical magic shows, right, with like the disappearing cabinet. I really like that, but then it just kills its own momentum by just dipping into like this giant dragging like brain session, and like I'm not able to engage with the story right now because I'm so upset about that. Like,
I didn't pick up on the magical connection with the cabinet. Yeah, you're right. It is a very magical show sort of thing, disappearing and then coming back. Yeah, I think this would be fine if it was more personality in it, and it was like, this is how he's distracting himself from the death around himself, and it was more flavorful. But as is right now, it's very pragmatic, very functional. So if that's the case, then yeah, it could be a lot shorter. Yeah.
The way that they get around it in Umineko is having Beatrice and Battler arguing with each other, right? And this does that sometimes with Sai, except that them arguing with each other is just monologuing at each other, so it's functionally not very different. And so it's starting to really get to me. I'm sorry, Chad, it's starting to really get to me. Oh, I want to dip back into thinking about it, but it is. I think okay, let me do my best. I think like with the magic show analogy, they've said it, I think, a couple of times, and so have we, is that there's something very like theatrical about what's occurring here. And in this case, it seems hard for someone to orchestrate, but a lot of the stuff that's occurring feels like somebody is trying to get their attention, right? And like trying to tell them something. And I said this before, whenever the recorder got dropped into Isla's purse, like, I really feel like someone is trying to communicate with them and help them. You claim it,
or they're oh, no. But it could be just like bootstrap stuff, like that. This is where we got the idea, therefore we had to make the recorder, therefore we had to put it back, and like, I don't know.
It could be
but
that,
usually
yeah.
that's kind of unsatisfying, but usually some time travel stories have that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we soldier on?
Go on, yeah.
It was like the first time I traveled to the past when sure I hadn't realized that I was from the future. What if we had already found the culprit in one of our searches but didn't realize it? Could they have impersonated their past self at some point? Very true. I think Sai just did that in the last scene. I might have been completely off, and without the recording's existence, my thoughts would have been vastly different. If it had been faked in order to mislead us, it had proven to be very effective. If we had to trust it, the fact that the person who traveled brought the voice recorder with them was still crucial. They surely had a solid reason to do that, one I wanted to believe they'd come up with independently, not just because they previously experienced the reality in which the voice recorder was brought back to the past.
Okay, alright, okay.
We wouldn't have food to survive, and there was no way Ashia and the police would abandon us. However, if the recording we'd heard would truly occur in the future, there was one last thing I had to consider. I believe that somehow it would be one of us who would trap everyone inside the tower for longer than we expected. While it sounded impossible, we possessed the Sekimeiya, which had powers we didn't know the extent of. It was likely that keeping the tower shut would be even harder from the outside. Inside, we had access to the computer that managed the security system. Altering the alarm's functions was well in reach, as well as, the ability to time travel back before it was locked down. Yeah.
What if ghosts exist beyond our perception and we meet aliens when we're traveling in space who have the ability to detect ghosts? That would be life-changing technology, you know? There's nothing to do with the Sekimeiya. I'm just thinking.
I thought that was a chat message, and I was looking in the chat for it.
No.
That was you. That was a mouse original. Okay, all right. Wow. All right, I just need a second. All right, okay.
There exist things that we cannot yet measure or observe in the universe.
And they're ghosts. Yeah, they're ghosts. Yeah. Silicon-based ghosts. Yeah. Inside, we had access to the computer that managed security systems. Oh, I did that already. It wasn't that simple, though. Even if one of us permanently locked the exit, the outside would have to get us out in less than a month, as it would become a life or death situation. They had said that blowing off the shutters wasn't viable, but there had to be something they could do if it came down to it. An underground passage, for example. There was no way shutters alone would keep us trapped for a month. Yeah, what are you fucking talking about? There's no way those shutters are gonna withstand a determined fucking group of people with blowtorches and shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
One thing that I'm struggling in my Rodney just said in chat. What I was laughing is Rodney said Mouse hates VNs because she writes them in her mind all the time. But part of what I'm struggling with this visual novel, when I'm trying to calibrate what to think about what's going on, is that I don't feel like I understand how stupid it is. And by stupid I mean I don't understand how out of fucking pocket the story is willing to get. So what if Isla isn't dead in that box, but that theory that you had 2 streams ago that people's souls are getting transported between bodies is true, and somehow her soul got transported out of her body or whatever, you know what I mean? That kind of shit could be true in some kinds of visual novels, but I got no idea.
Isla's soul is currently inhabiting the cleaning cart. It's just oh no, I'm a cleaning cart now. And they just need to switch them back using the Sekimeiya again.
Exactly.
I don't know.
We don't know how stupid it is.
Yeah, the fact that the building is this weird shape that only has 2 windows on 1 floor in particular, and
I know,
and the shutters are made out of unobtainium, unbreakable lium, titanium, whatever. It's silly. But how silly is it? Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. How ghost trick is it? I don't know. I just don't know. And then I don't want I can't calibrate it because even when we start after one session of reading it, you were like, oh, I think it's time travel, time loop thing. And I was like, no, it's not that kind of story. I think we're just going to be stuck in this place. And then there was fucking time travel. And so I'm like, what? I don't know what the fuck to expect to happen. I get the impending sense of sort of doom hanging over my head that something is going to occur that ratchets up the ridiculous a little bit further. I know I'm using words that sound negative, but they're not really negative because I love Umineko, remember that. So I'm just struggling to find my feet.
Yeah, at any moment we might go into a room and there's going to be a goat man with an energy sword that just looks at the screen, and it's
the most fucked up thing is that by the end it all makes perfect sense. Screw you, Pichetto. Don't hit me with that. Don't hit me with that. The boob groping scene at the beginning was actually justified, huh? Yeah. I'm missing the piece. Are you aware of the you have all the pieces meme, Joe? No.
I think that was on streamer, Mr. Streamer, you could have solved it. You had all the pieces. Is that it? Or
no. So the local version of this meme is that when Boulder was reading the Sekimeiya, and theorizing about it, someone said to him, "You have all the pieces." And Baldur was like, I'm going to fucking explode if you say shit like that to
All right.
me.
I don't know that one.
well, we're saying it all the time now. So it's gonna crop up in your chat too for Umineko. I'm sorry.
All right.
Anyway,
Okay. I'll brace
we
for
can
it. It's fine.
continue. We can continue.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm getting really derailed. I think ADHD is hitting.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's all right.
I'm locking in.
Okay. And regarding the motive, I didn't think I was being unrealistic. It might have been to use the Sekimeiya in a specific way, and I couldn't think of anything else. That would confirm that the time traveled wasn't determined with a 1-to-1 ratio. If 10 stored minutes resulted in a travel of 10 minutes, storing one more time or to a month would be useless. No matter how much time the Sekimeiya spent outside of its cabinet, activating it would always send you to the point where time had begun to be stored. When I thought of that, I came to a pretty unsettling realization. If that was the motive of someone's grand plan, the Sekimeiya would have stored a great deal of time after a month. At least 1 month back, probably more, we've reached the conclusions that the range was likely proportional to the time traveled, and that it most likely went through solid objects.
What I like about this is that the person who discovered the Sekimeiya presumably picked it up and got transported back 10,000 years or something. They were just gone. They're out.
If the range of a 40 minute... No, it's cold in the mountains, so it wouldn't do anything.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Good
If
point.
the range of a 40-minute travel had equaled a sizable room, a 30-day range would surely reach far outside the tower. That would encompass many people outside, and they'd be sent back alongside the culprit who activated the Sekimeiya. Of course, there hadn't been any reports of a bunch of people suddenly arriving from the future.
Yet.
The minutes continued to pass, and the mutual silence remained broken. I went back over everything I considered. Broken or unbroken, but ultimately, we would have to wait to decide further on any theory. At the very least, considering all those options would prepare me for whatever would end up happening. I didn't reach any conclusion. Everything that came to mind, I already thought of.
Great.
Waiting like that only slowed our perception of time, but there was nothing else we could do. Shiroya kept looking at her lap, breathing deeply every so often. Arena hadn't moved in a long time, and her knees hid her face from us. Sai's, Akaro's, and Kitei's expressions alternated between concern and thought, and they rarely lifted their heads. And then we heard a noise.
30 minutes
30
later.
minutes later.
Wow. They sat in silence for 30 minutes.
1 hour later. We remained frozen like that for a long time, during which we all must have been thinking about Ayla, Naomi, and Sekimeiya, and the culprit behind it all. The sound that resumed time's march came from one of us. We turned our blank faces and saw Kitei standing up, stretching his arms a little.
Going to the bathroom.
With a faint but hoarse voice, showing that he hadn't cleared his throat in a while, he let us know his destination. Nobody responded to him, so he left through hallway A. Rip Kitei. We turned our eyes back down as if nothing had happened. What he'd just done was easy to label as suspicious behavior, but nobody said anything. The Sekimeiya was in its unlocked cabinet, however, it was kept cold, and Shiroya and I were in possession of the other one. Kitei wouldn't be able to activate it and go substantially back into the past. All he could do was move it, leaving himself as the only suspect. At least, that was what I thought until another sound reached our ears.
I'll go too. It's been a while.
Without paying attention to our reactions, Sai stood up and left through hallway B, which he'd been closer to. All of a sudden, the two most questionable people had gone off on their own, and they closed both doors behind them. It didn't change what I thought. They couldn't go back to the past. Froy and I looked at each other, but we decided to ignore them and wait. It was a little strange that Sai had left right after Kitei. Perhaps he was still wary of him and wanted to see what he'd gone to do. Did they check the second corpse of Naomi to see if she also had the keys? Maybe there's a second locker key?
They did, I think. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Shouldn't have any keys.
I thought further on it. Was the possibility of one of them going considerably back to the past truly something I could rule out? If everything was as we thought, yes, I'd personally put the Sekimeiya in its cabinet, and at that moment I felt the cold temperature. After that, nobody had entered the room. It would have been possible for anyone to unplug the cabinet or take the Sekimeiya out later. Sorry,
Sorry.
wouldn't have been possible.
Sorry.
Oh, the staff room is right next to the
Yep.
cleaning room, too, for the locker. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
We remained on the floor, waiting for Kate inside to come back as we kept every thought to ourselves. The atmosphere had suddenly become a lot more uneasy as soon as one of us departed. Akaro kept looking at the door Kate had disappeared through, visibly doubting him. Arena, on the other hand, hadn't reacted to Sai's movements in the slightest.
Do you need me to take narration soon?
I can do a couple more pages and then you can take it, sure.
Okay.
2 minutes passed without either of them returning. It was nothing alarming, but every second dragged on. I expected Kate to come back first, so as I watched the hallway A door, I considered how odd it was that he'd left through it.
What?
After more than 5 minutes, I began to worry. I chose not to pointlessly voice my suspicions because of Isla's death, but Sai and Kate might have purposely abused that. I'll see if I can find them. I stood up and directed myself toward hallway B. I didn't want to be the third person to leave suspiciously, so I only intended to check if I could see anyone next to the bathrooms. Before I could reach the doorknob, the opposite door opened. From behind it came Kate, who quickly saw me and gave me a conspicuous frown.
Where are you going?
To see if I could find you and Sai. Why did you take so long?
I went to the bathroom, so that's not a very appropriate question. Did Sai go to find me too?
No, he said he'd also go to the bathroom.
I see.
Did you not see him? Also, forgive me for all these questions, but why did you leave and come back from hallway A if you went to the bathroom? He's gonna say because there's the body and you went to the second floor. Yeah, we go. Yeah.
Yep. Katsuki, do you not remember what's in the bathroom on this floor? I could have chosen to go to the women's, but I went to the one on floor 2 instead. That's likely why I didn't see Sai.
Alright. Perhaps I jumped the gun too quickly. Even though Sai's long absence was still on my mind, he'd gone to a different bathroom, so he hadn't had to wait for it to become available. I resumed what I was doing and opened the hallway B door. I saw it devoid of anyone, and with every door closed, including the bathrooms in the distance. I don't see anyone. It's been almost 10 minutes, so I'll try to find him. Before I could leave, Shiraya stood up and came with me.
I'll help you. I can't just keep sitting there.
Alright, we shouldn't take too long. And then we left Arena alone with like the #1 murder suspect. Alright, cool. As Sai had done, we closed the door behind us. I knew Shiraya had spent plenty of time silently mourning our loss, so I understood her. Repeating it was unbearable, and I needed to occupy myself with something after sitting for so long. I was sure she felt the same about Sai's behavior being off. He'd openly accused her earlier, so her impression of him had to be poor. Let's check the event room first.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah,
Akaro is
Akaro
there.
exists. Yeah.
And Akaro was there too. Sorry.
We headed there and verified that the Sekimeiya was still present. I looked behind the cabinet and saw the cord plugged into the outlet too. You can take the narration now if you want.
Next, we moved to the bathrooms. Although the doors were closed, neither one was locked, and Sai wasn't inside. I'm starting to believe your idea that like Sai, every time Sai goes away by himself, he comes back a new Sai. The stocks are up.
Yeah.
Looks like he really took this chance to do something. If he went to a bathroom above, Kate would have seen him. I feel like he might have gone to search for the Sekimeiya that we have. It was the one he hid in the cleaning room.
Yeah, it's possible. He's probably somewhere on this floor.
Beginning with the hallway B rooms, we opened every door and briefly searched for him. We'd learned already which cabinets had interiors large enough to contain a person, and after what had happened to Isla, checking them was less due to routine and more so necessity. We decided that there was no purpose in checking the Sekimeiya in Naomi's locker. Since we could have been seen, we didn't want to move it or activate it, and it was possible it wasn't working anyway. Didn't they learn their lesson about not checking for the Sekimeiya at the beginning of this visual novel?
Yeah, like just open it and just look and see if it's there real quick. What are they doing?
Shiraya sounded hesitant about that decision. Thank you, Shiraya. But I also hadn't abandoned the thought of trying to use it later and find out what had happened to Isla at the very least. Oh, Godot says that if you can solve Isla's death, you get 2 gems or 3 with an upgraded parlor, so hopefully.
Whoa.
We entered a room, made sure it was empty, and moved on to the next one. As I was checking the cabinets in the room where we'd found the first Naomi, the interior of one of them immediately knew something about it was different. Upon unlocking it and opening its cover, a frigid burst of air hit my face. Kate had stated that room contained the cabinets with temperature regulation functions. However, the previous times we'd opened them, no special temperature had been set. Shiroya noticed my reaction and came to see if anything was wrong. After feeling the cold air that had begun to diffuse through the room, she checked the wheel on the right side of the cabinet. It's set to 0 degrees Celsius.
It had to have been changed recently. There's nothing inside, so that's pretty strange.
It was a different cabinet than the one I'd first traveled from, and I wasn't sure why it would be done since the Sekimeiya hadn't been put inside. When we got the locker key from Naomi, it might have already been like this, so we can't just suspect Sai and Kate.
Yeah, we can't blindly believe Sai's story either. Regardless, whoever did this didn't let the others know, so we should probably revert the temperature.
Someone might be counting on this cabinet for later if they changed the temperature in preparation. If I switch the wheel to room temperature, we should be able to close the lid. I nodded and she did so before we left the room. It wasn't clear if setting it to room temperature would make the inside of the cabinet match the outside or if it would only stop the regulation, but leaving the lid open would communicate to whoever changed the temperature that their measures had been reversed. We proceeded to the other rooms and resumed the search. We didn't want to waste much time or we'd become the suspicious ones. As soon as hallway B was done, we began with the parallel hallway. Thanks, Godot. The first room we entered was the storeroom, continuing with our backward order. It was one of the smallest rooms on the entire floor, and its purpose was still a bit unclear, as it wasn't storing anything that was particularly useful. Given how small it was, we should have left it immediately, but Shiroya noticed something that prolonged our stay. Wait, come here, look at this part of the wall. Shiroya, who'd gone to the end of the dimly lit room, was pointing her finger at the place she wanted me to see. I stepped in, making my way through the cluttered, narrow space. Then I looked beyond her finger, faintly illuminated by the single light. It took me a while to understand what she meant. She was pointing at the left corner, and after glancing up and down, in search of anything out of place, I finally noticed the oddity she'd found.
Huh? How did you even notice this?
The wall was dirty and uneven from years of aging. You could still see the outline of a grid that separated the wall into tiny squares. They were all defined by white lines, which had started to fade with time. On one of the squares touching the left wall, Shiroya had seen a slight lack of dust, which was otherwise present over every surface of the room. Even though the poor illumination made it hard to see, what seemed to be fingerprints existed on it. Not only that, but its close surroundings were a bit cleaner than the rest of the walls. From the door, I saw this area reflecting the hallway C light a lot more. I don't know when, but it looks like someone touched this corner.
That's incredibly hard to notice. Is she from the future and she knows something? Like, what? I suppose so. But I doubt it means anything, and we can't even be sure it happened today. I mean, try and push it. Maybe it, like, opens a secret door or some shit. Hold on. These fingerprints, it's hard to see, but they're not vertical, right?
Yeah, they look horizontal.
You wouldn't touch any wall with 3 fingers in its horizontal position accidentally.
I wouldn't think so. Just touching it would leave them vertical and more separated. I'd got no idea what we're cooking right now, I'll be honest. I shaped my hand to match the 3 fingerprints and placed it over them. My arm formed a right angle with the left wall, but it didn't make me understand the meaning of what we'd found. Are they going to turn the whole building 90 degrees? Because that'd be sick.
If we leave this room without knowing what this is, oh my god. If we leave this room without this being solved right now. I have no idea why you'd ever touch a corner of a room like this.
There's nothing important in this room either.
Huh? What?
As I removed my hand from the wall, I felt something. Did something happen?
When I took away my hand, it seemed as if this square moved a bit.
Oh. I didn't see anything. I pressed my fingers on the square again. Instead of pulling away, I moved my hand around, and as I thought, it was a bit loose. Another Sekimeiya behind the wall? You're right, it's moving a little. It didn't go anywhere, though. I could only move it sideways, and it wouldn't detach from the wall.
This must be why someone touched the spot, but it's not doing anything. Oh well, let's leave.
Will it move any more than that? It was sliding side to side, almost imperceptibly. Realizing that I hadn't been applying enough force, I attempted to move it past its apparent limit. All of a sudden, as if it were a door, the wall opened, revealing a hidden space behind. I guess like we could have figured that out. It's a box. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Is that your third what the fuck of the day? It's a hidden door. Oh, gamers, Umineko knowers in the chat. I'd slid the moving piece to the right, and before I could think, my hand had pushed open the entire wall. It was revealed to be very thin, and past it, the corridor extended.
And Sai walked out. They even got hit secret passages here? What is this place?
That wasn't a spoiler, by the way. It's just an allusion to a line later.
Okay.
No light existed on the other side, but it seemed to lead to a narrow area. There's another door.
Yes, but it doesn't have a handle. At first I thought it was just another wall.
I tried to push it open, but it didn't move. Where a handle or a doorknob should have been, there were two round holes. A big one with metallic pieces inside and a smaller, empty one. Someone here knows about this, right? Those marks have to mean someone opened this recently.
And no matter if they went through this door, the culprit could have easily escaped from us if they just hid here.
Check the map again? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, it's even bigger now.
Oh boy.
How many secret rooms are there?
I don't know. I thought this thing was a box. What's going on here? Why was something like this even built in the first place? To do a murder game. What are you talking about?
It might have been part of Ashiya's countermeasures to Zin. Oh, but that means the Kate would have to know about it.
I mean, no matter what it's for, there's no way he doesn't know about this, right? It's a cardboard facade around the most lumpy building imaginable. Oh no. It's just Lego. That part of the storeroom felt colder than the rest of the building, likely because the temperature regulation didn't reach it. Still awestruck, I kept examining the door.
I think there should be a handle here. When you remove a handle with a keyhole from a door, you're left with these holes. I think the small one is where the keyhole would be, and the bigger one is what connects the handle to the turning mechanism. This means that this door can usually be unlocked with a key, but without the handle, we won't be able to open it, even if you find the right one. Just kick it down, Big Mac.
I was literally gonna say shut the fuck up and kick it down. I was literally waiting for you to stop reading. Oh, I guess someone could have unscrewed it on purpose to make sure it's never unlocked again.
Yeah, I have no idea what's through here, but we can't find out, and it looks like a sturdy enough door, so it won't open without both the handle and the key. Yeah, okay. Fucking loser speak. All right.
Sorry, Joe. The door is made of the same material as the shutters. His foot will slide off it and break his ankle immediately.
Yeah.
Do you know if you remove the lock mechanism, you can make the door trivial to open because you can just manually operate the latch? I did know that, and I will not be answering questions why. I tried it a few more times, but it didn't budge at all. Oh, question mark? Question.
What the hell's going on?
The sudden voice startled us, and we turned around instantly. Kate's silhouette was behind us, the single light, only hitting his back.
We found this hidden section behind the wall. Where does this door lead to?
You must be screwing with me. A hidden section? There's no way.
You're seeing it right now. Did you not know about it?
No, I did not know about it. What is this? Whoa, look at this. Good find, Kazuki. From behind Kate, another silhouette appeared. Without a doubt, the voice belonged to Sai.
Sure, I found it actually, and I see you're done shitting.
Oh, you finally did something. Good job. Sai's condescending attitude had already resurfaced. He skittered over to us like an insect and began to examine the door.
Holy shit!
Two more figures peeked in from the entrance. As they stepped in, the light revealed they were the last two remaining people, Akaro and Arena. We were gonna search for you. Did you take this chance to sneak into your hideout?
We actually found it while we were searching for you, so you tell us. Where did you go? The bathrooms here were empty.
You're all always in a rush as soon as I go somewhere. I just went to the floor 2 bathroom since Naomi's still in the one down here. Wait, what? No, you didn't. I was there and you definitely didn't come. Alright, let's settle this quickly. Kate is lying. I was up there and he never showed up. I bet he already told you he'd gone upstairs, right? Now, since I revealed I was there, he couldn't back out of this lie, so he chose to accuse me. That's Kate for you. Fuck off. This is getting old. You guys can choose to believe him if you want, but he's only manipulating you. Kate, we found a hidden passage. Stop trying to always be the center of attention. Let's cut to the chase. Did you leave the bathroom's door open or closed? Closed. I always close doors behind me when I leave an empty room. Unfortunately, he's right. I closed the doors to take him up on his offer and believe me. Now look at this. Someone removed the keyhole from this door to prevent us from opening it. Huh, not only that, but the inner mechanism was broken too. This won't allow for a new handle to be inserted. Whoever the culprit is, they're likely to still be somewhere, so they might be behind this door right now, which is how they keep avoiding us. He's just gonna skate. He's like, anyway, moving along. Kate, be smart for once and tell us where this goes. You heard me earlier. I was unaware of this hidden area entirely. You're awful at your job then. Ashia must have constructed this for a reason, and it's impossible you weren't aware of it. Do you guys not think it might lead to the left side of the tower? You mean outside? Yes. This entire corridor now stretches farther than the crystal rooms. I think it might extend far enough to reach outside.
There's some hope you're giving us. Kate didn't know about this door, so if it leads outside, the alarm shouldn't have blocked it.
That's right. I can assure you that the alarm did not do anything to this door. Someone did, though. The keyhole was removed, probably to prevent us from unlocking it with the key. Isn't that implying that one of us has it? Otherwise, the lock would be enough of a barrier.
Well, nothing around here looks modern. If this door is old, the chances of picking the lock are high. Maybe it was done to prevent that. Just kick it down, all 4 of you. Let's go. Come on.
True, yeah. How did you spot the hidden opening, Shiroya? I saw some light reflecting off one of the tiles. Someone's fingerprints had removed some dust in the corner of the wall. That ended up being the way to open it. Listen then, this was recent. If the door leads outside, the culprit might actually have escaped with the handle. This building is situated at the outskirts of town, so the sides and back are never seen by anyone and are empty, grassy fields. I'm sure the police are keeping watch outside, but probably only at the front, where the entrance and windows are. They shouldn't be aware of this door either, so escaping unseen is certainly doable. There's no way this leads out of the building. I've never seen the outline of a door from the outside, and there's no light coming from behind the door. It's absolutely impossible this kind of way out exists. The gaps aren't big enough to let light pass, or the door is wider than it seems. Just think about it, though. Why would the secret passage exist? If they had something to hide in it, they wouldn't have another locked door past it. They would just hide it in the secret passage itself. Otherwise, this door wouldn't be here or be locked. This passage is the secret itself. It's hidden because this door leads outside. If the middle wall didn't exist, the length of the room would reveal it. I think you're right. That's what this wall is hiding. So we're a single door away from making it out? Can we break it down? There's no way. Just look at it. Whoever removed the handle knew very well that we couldn't do that. I know this is bound to happen eventually, but do you realize what'll occur if we manage to force it open? We'll reveal that the Sekimeiya has time-traveling powers. What kind of consequences will that have? That was completely inconsiderate. Irina was still next to us, and she hadn't said anything in a very long time. Our priority had to be making it out as soon as possible so that the police could understand what happened to Isla, even if it invalidated the recording. Are you enjoying your break?
Yeah, I feel like this side doesn't know that Isla's dead.
I also feel that way. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna ask her where Isla is, and everybody's gonna like, bro, what?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm enjoying my break. Yeah, I'll take over narration when it comes back.
It's okay. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried. I'm just intrigued. How is it even remotely possible the Sekimeiya exists? How did it make it here without anyone finding out about its powers? These big picture questions are what I'm most lost about.
I hit the door, and the sound echoed heavily throughout the corridor. I repeated it a few times, trying to be as loud as I could and intending to be heard from the outside.
Nobody will come. I refuse to believe this leads outside. I'm more inclined to think the culprit is currently behind this door listening. Is there nothing else we can do? Sliding anything through the gaps, for example? What, a letter? We're too far from the entrance to be heard, and I doubt anyone is currently looking at this side. Regardless, these gaps are way too thin, probably to hide the door's existence from the outside.
It was incredibly frustrating. We'd finally discovered an exit that the alarm shouldn't have affected, but the culprit had made sure to finish the job. Was it just in case we found the moving wall, or was there a deeper reason? And how did the culprit know about it, but not Kate? Why was it there in the first place? Not only did the door lock us inside, but it also produced even more questions. Feeling defeated, we left what had become a narrow, dim corridor to return to the wider but still dark hallway A. I thought something was noteworthy. Even though a perfect hiding spot existed, the Sekimeiya had never been hidden in it. Why? Earlier, it had been hidden in the storeroom, therefore the person who hid it there was probably not aware of the movable wall. We'd ignored the little fight between Sai and Kate, but there weren't many layers to it. One of them was lying, and it was nothing new, as they'd surely lied more than once already. The fact that one of them took advantage of the situation with Isla to act on their own, though, proved that they weren't to be taken lightly. In addition, one of them could have easily been responsible for the cold cabinet Shiroya and I had returned to normal. Mechanically, we went to the event room. It didn't have anything new to tell us, as the Sekimeiya was still present behind the glass.
So it hasn't moved. It's clear that either Sai or Kate didn't go to the bathroom earlier, so they were up to some other business. Good thought. Tell us, Kate. What exactly were you doing that justified lying to us? It's time to put an end to this. Sai won't stop lying as much as he pleases, so we'll have to wait until the security footage reveals all of his actions. You keep saying that, but do you really believe the footage will be salvaged? Even though the cameras are recording, is it really being saved somewhere? Of course, the computer isn't detecting the system, but as soon as that's solved, it'll have access to all the stored footage. Did you perhaps think you'd be able to roam freely without consequences? No, but I have trouble swallowing that. The culprit made sure to cut our access to the system, but why would they do that if Ashia will come in and be able to look at what happens?
That's not what they did, though. At the same time, our only method of communication was removed. I believe the reason behind that entire thing was to prevent us from conveying what's happening while we're still here. It's possible that whoever did it doesn't care about Ashia finding out.
You try to make that sound interesting, but it's idiotic. They were able to power off the computer, but it turned back on minutes later, so why didn't they choose to keep it off forever? Most likely, the reason they let us use it again was because they'd made sure that the recordings wouldn't be accessible. Additionally, it clearly told us that they could somehow disable our communication method. So, to be honest, even though the cameras are still functional, I find it hard to believe what's being recorded will ever be seen. There's no way the person responsible would be fine with being seen once we get out, so if we can't access the system, it's doubtful Ashia or the police will be able to. I feel like you're right about that. It would also explain why they keep putting themselves in front of the cameras. Now, I understand I'm repeating myself, but wouldn't you think that the security staff member among us who conveniently avoided giving us information, has lied multiple times, and could have knowledge of the secret passage is the most likely candidate to have orchestrated this? That's enough, Sai. Is that all you have to say? Of course, once the security cameras will prove that I'm right excuse runs out, you have no arguments to defend yourself with.
It seemed the discussions between those two wouldn't cease until one was proven wrong definitively. I knew that Sai wasn't any less of a liar than Kate, but if that hadn't been the case, I would have quickly sided with him. Why don't we stop with this and wait until we can leave? Surprisingly, it was Arena who tried to calm them down. Her voice came out like the wind rustling on dried leaves.
That's easy to say, but Kate will just take advantage of that again.
No matter who's in the right, someone is guilty. Although we don't know who it is, can't we lock ourselves up in one place so they can't move around freely? Is anyone opposed to that? Technically, only the culprit should have a problem with it. If that was what Irina wanted, I'd attempt to make it happen. She wanted to avoid any more tragedy and only intended to wait for external help.
Locking ourselves up? Isn't that going a bit too far?
Why would it be? You'd agree if you were innocent, and if something happens while we're staying somewhere, it means the culprit was never one of us.
Could we even do that if we wanted to? I doubt it. We can lock the bathrooms, but they're not big enough for all of us.
Are there no other places?
They can each climb into a cabinet like they're vampires climbing into their coffins.
Yeah.
Perfect.
What about the security room? Didn't Kate have the key for it?
We won't be able to lock ourselves in there. From the inside, the lock can be undone with just the doorknob.
What about the lobby? The hallway doors are locked until 9, isn't that right?
They aren't. Permission to move ahead is simply not granted until that time. They can be locked, but I don't have the keys.
If we do this, we'll have to commit to it. Locking ourselves in a place with the key to unlock it doesn't prove anyone's sincerity, since they could leave anytime they wanted.
But that's all we could do if we manage to find the right keys. We won't be able to lock ourselves inside and leave the key out, because the doors won't close if the deadbolt is set. Are you all forgetting about the attic bedrooms? We saw they had a keyhole. One had a working chain, and they're spacious enough for all of us. Could they work? Wouldn't we run into the same problem?
I turned around, and after staring at the door for a short time, I spoke. I don't think so, actually. I can think of a difference that would let us lock ourselves up without being able to leave. The silence let me know that nobody would directly oppose me. I began to walk until I thought of a question to ask. Oh, does anyone have the cabinet key? If we're going to stay put, let's make sure to lock the cabinet too and keep the key with us. It's possible the person behind all this has a duplicate, but nothing actually proves that. Once again, nobody said anything.
If not, it has to still be where I left it, on top of that bed in the attic.
Let's see if it's there then. Oh, what are we gonna find now in the attic? I can't believe they didn't check the locker. We took the stairs up. The elevator had already been out of commission for a very long time, and it was better to keep it like that, as it had caused us a few headaches during the short time it worked. It's actually still here. Good.
Surprise!
Surprisingly enough, the key hadn't been taken while everyone had a chance. I picked it up and glanced at the door. I messed with it a little. It appeared to be a double-cylinder lock, meaning that to unlock it, the key would be needed from each side, as opposed to the security room's lock. It's going to work. We won't have to lock it either.
How?
I went ahead and looked through the drawers I inspected earlier. First, I took out the key to the room. We'll have to leave this outside. Now, I'll explain how we can technically do this, but it's not exactly a smooth way. Does it involve time traveling? The second thing I took out of the drawer was a screwdriver. Admittedly, what I thought of had been inspired by the secret door we just found. He's gonna take the fucking doorknob off the handle. Yeah. Removing, I wanted to say it like 5 minutes ago, but I thought it would be stupid. Removing a handle is incredibly easy. We can take it out, leave it outside, and close the door. Since we'll be unable to turn it, even though the door will be unlocked, we won't be able to open it. That's the big difference with this door. The handles on the crystal floor don't have visible screws to attach. Are you okay, first of all, now you're revealing your fucking handle removing experience for the other door. Second of all, what the fuck are you talking about? What if there's like a fire or something? Like are you crazy? You still need a way out. Since the keyhole isn't on the handle itself, we would need to leave the key outside. Otherwise, we would still be able to. We could still get the door open to open by inserting the key and turning it. Even though the lock wouldn't be set, it would act as a turn of a handle, and the door could be dragged open. On top of that, we can remove the outer handle as well, so that no one can easily get in.
Is the OSHA inspector who sometimes hangs out and chat around? I'm just curious. Just asking questions.
Finally, even though we'd hide the key outside, if someone found it and wanted to enter, they couldn't do it. They could find the key and open the door just like I described, but we can set the chain from the inside. If we do this, the door shouldn't be opened until the police enter the building. There's no way it'll be broken down. How are the police getting in then, my weep?
They're gonna politely screw the door handle back on and open it right up.
Okay. Nobody was sure what to say. Personally, I knew that it meant giving up on understanding the Sekimeiya's mechanics, but after what happened to Isla, it was clear that something terrible could come out of that. 1 month later.
You must be joking. This is Ashia's special place, and we're currently being recorded. Do you not understand what'll happen if they see us ripping the handles apart?
Honestly, who cares? It'll be easy to reattach them. We could do that right as the tower opens, but we'll unfortunately have to leave the handles out of the room, or else we could leave at any point. That reminds me, what time is it? It's been a while since the last time I checked it. With a brief sigh indicating that he wasn't fond of my proposition, Sai turned his wrist. I looked at his watch and saw that the display time was 14:56. Almost 1500, I see. We're past the halfway point. So with all that's happened, let's spend the last 6 hours calmly until the police enter and we can have a better understanding of what's been going on. It was an easy way to finally test the recording. If nothing happened after we waited those last 6 hours, we would have to have a long discussion about it.
And Katsuki hates having those.
Yep. This is what I wanted. Thank you. Irina's gratitude was the ultimate deciding factor. We'd lock ourselves away from the Sekimeiya, ensuring that its powers wouldn't influence our peaceful wait. Hopefully, we'd also be preventing the culprit's plan from moving along. Okay, so right before they do this plan, is Sai gonna say, wait, where's Isla? Something like that?
That would be funny.
I go lock the Sekimeiya cabinet myself, but we're trying to act together by doing this. Let's avoid separating now and creating chances to prepare anything. Any objection? Sai and Kate rolled their eyes, but they kept quiet. If we were alone with both Sekimeiya locked in place as well, nobody could use them. Everyone looked uncertain, and Sai seemed depressed. He made it obvious he was enjoying his time in the tower, and instead of having another 6 hours to play with a time travel device, it was already over. We entered the event room and saw that the Sekimeiya hadn't moved. I made sure the glass was properly adjusted and manually locked it. From that point on, only the key that I had could open it, so I possessed the keys to both Sekimeiya. Regarding the locker key, I'd have to surreptitiously, let me say that right? Surreptitiously leave it somewhere in the bedroom after waiting a while. That way, anyone could have had it. Smart. Finally, we went up again. We'd just gone through staircases 18 times, so we were pretty exhausted. The idea of waiting calmly in a bedroom with 3 big beds started to sound slightly more pleasant. We'll be here for 6 hours, so it's the right time to use the bathroom. Once inside, we'd have no way to exit, so everyone made sure to prevent a future problem. All of us went to the bathroom one at a time, and when we were all set, Sai spoke.
Sure, if we're gonna do this, let's do it well. We're dealing with someone who's teleported and gone back in time before, so regardless of whether they're one of us or not, we need to keep that in mind. We need to make sure the door won't be opened no matter what, but a single key can ruin that.
He went to grab the bedroom key that I'd left on top of the drawers.
Kite, are you sure the key in the other bedroom won't work? I said it earlier, they're not interchangeable.
Weird that he knows that. Sai moved from one room to the other and came back with the key for the neighboring bedroom. Is he gonna flush him down the toilet?
You're right, they're different.
He attempted to insert the wrong key into the door's keyhole, but it only went halfway in. He went to return it and closed the door behind him once he came back to the hallway.
Now, there have been instances where we thought the Sekimeiya teleported. The first time was when it appeared in the storeroom, but recently it appeared in the cabinet next to Isla. Katsuki and Shiro, so he does know about Isla, I guess. Katsuki and Shiroya could have put it there, but if they didn't, it might have moved by itself. That's not a random location either, so if it was part of the culprit's plan, there's a chance they understand how to exploit this self-teleportation. It's more likely they moved it themselves, but keep in mind, if that's what happened, they had to travel from the future, because we expected the whole building before that point. If we're gonna stay here till the end, that means that none of us will have the chance to go back in time and move the Sekimeiya. The 4 main possibilities are, the culprit isn't one of us and we keep missing them. The Sekimeiya teleported there randomly. The culprit made the Sekimeiya teleport there without touching it. One of us will go out back to the past after spending 6 hours here. No matter which one is right, before we lock ourselves away, we need to thoroughly inspect this bedroom, both levels. If a Sekimeiya is already here, the imprisonment wouldn't mean anything, as anyone could leave at any time after making sure nobody is in range. key would do the trick too, and we've seen that some kind of replication has occurred. We found 2 identical suitcases and 2 Naomis.
Sekimeiya?
Yeah.
Should this Sai know the possibility of having more than one at this point?
I don't know.
He didn't mention it, but even though I hadn't seen both at the same time, 2 Sekimeiya had to have existed too, at least at one point.
Searching for an extra key to this bedroom might sound paranoid since nothing indicates it exists, but it's necessary. If we ignore these precautions, we're leaving a potential escape route for the culprit that can be used at any time. They have higher knowledge of the Sekimeiya than we do, so we have no guarantee that they couldn't obtain a key they would hide later, use it to escape, go back to the past, and preemptively hide a replicated key inside, knowing we'd lock ourselves in here. My god, sigh.
Yeah. Our intention is to be safe in here, so let's search around beforehand.
You're saying be safe, but at the same time, you and Sai keep implying that one of us is behind all this. This person has already killed up to 3 times, so if what we're doing opposes their plan, wouldn't they just kill us instead of escaping in this convoluted way? I wouldn't say they'd have an easy time of it, but let's see. Hey, jackass, if you're actually here, we're gonna lock ourselves in this room for 6 hours. If you intend to kill us to continue with your plan at some point, hurry up and do it now before you need to deal with breaking the door down.
Nobody moved, but it was clear that we all had our guard up. If someone was around and didn't care about killing us if they had to, the right call would likely be to start after we were locked inside so that nobody could run away.
It's not like anyone has really spoken up against this plan, right? It might even be that by staying here, we're not inconveniencing some mastermind. And in any case, it's undeniably safer than continuing to roam around.
That seemed to assuage Ikaru's worries. The 6 of us went to the upper section of the bedroom to inspect it. I used that time to prevent something really bad from happening, as Sai's insistence made me realize something else was to come. The space was small, so we shortly determined that there were no keys anywhere. We repeated the process below, and once again it seemed nothing had been preemptively hidden, revealing that nobody had already attempted to outsmart us. We're ready then.
Don't be silly, we're missing the most important part.
What do you mean?
We need to search everyone. Someone could currently have the key.
Of course, as I thought, Sai wouldn't miss such an obvious procedure. It was very important to do it, but in our situation, it meant something else. The key to Naomi's locker that I kept on myself was likely about to be found.
You fool! You went to the bathroom! You could have stashed it in the bathroom or stashed it in your underwear in the bathroom. Come on, man. Pull it together.
Yeah. Victoria must have been aware of it too. As soon as I found myself in that unavoidable situation, there was nothing I could do without being seen. All I managed to do was prepare a risky trick before we went up the ladder, and I'd already begun to run through possible excuses while foolishly regretting that I hadn't hid it in the bathroom. There you go.
Exactly, dumbass. When we were up top, I made sure nobody had the funny idea of leaving anything hidden for later. I am very sure that right now, both sections of this bedroom don't contain anything the culprit has deliberately left here. I'll begin.
Sai showed us the contents of every one of his pockets, his hip pack and shoes. He held the original key to the bedroom, but he'd been gripping it even before we started to look around. However, he took something else out from one of his back pockets.
This is the key to my house and my identification, and this is the ticket for today's event. I have nothing else on me. Let's all do the same.
Hold on, you don't mean to say that proves you're clean, do you? My objection had a reason behind it. That method of showing we didn't possess anything was highly disadvantageous for me. Even though letting them find my key wouldn't have been the worst, Victoria and I would have become very suspicious, and if anyone realized what the key was for, they would all see the Sekimeiya in the locker. Furthermore, I'd bring back the commotion our arena had been trying to eliminate. That was why I took the single chance I believed I had. What was he gonna say? If we're not doing strip searches, then it's not worth it? Like...
No, of course. Do you want me to get naked?
Just a while ago, you said we should do this well. You could have a key under your clothes. Yes, but you don't have to undress.
Oh my
I walked
god.
up to him, and like a security agent, I began patting his body from top to bottom.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
All right, now you can say you're clean.
Well, thank God. I was gonna do this too, don't worry. Let's continue with you then.
I just wanted to make sure, and that's fine, since you won't find anything. Did he just plant the key on him? I immediately knew I had sounded a little off. It was intentional to set the expectation that nothing would be found on me. As such, when he got to the right pocket of my pants, he looked at me with a frown, noticing that I'd been incorrect.
Oh? Is that a key in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
I took that brief moment of surprise to take out what he'd felt from my pocket. Ah, right, I'd forgotten that I put this key here. With 2 fingers, I was gripping the Sekimeiya cabinet key. I moved aside and placed it on top of the drawers. I'll leave it here. We need to lock ourselves inside with it, as I said before. Trying to appear nonchalant, I walked back and told Sai to continue. Like I'd done to him, he finished checking the lower part of my body.
Okay, you're clean too. I was gonna say that what Katsuki needs in this situation is some basic sleight of hand, so I'm glad he thought of that. Kite, mind being next?
I took a deep, discreet breath. Shiroya had been fixing her eyes on me, but I attempted not to meet them. I stepped back, and Kate took my place. I moved to Shiroya's side. She was probably wondering if I'd already gotten rid of the key. Later, without being heard, I'd have to tell her what I'd done. Despite how things seemed, it was still located in my right pocket. Before going up the ladder, I thought that I had only one way to avoid being found out. I would have been easily noticed if I attempted to leave the key somewhere. Taking advantage of the fact that I also had the cabinet key and that it was slightly bigger, I'd removed the locker key from my back pocket and slid it into the same pocket as the cabinets. Until that point, I'd avoided keeping both together so I didn't produce metallic noises as I walked. The locker key was small. I purposely put it horizontally behind the cabinet so that Sai would press his hand on it and only notice the bigger shape at the front. Risky gambit? Fortunately, I've been able to abuse his minor surprise by taking out the cabinet key and leaving the smaller one inside. When the body inspection proceeded, he assumed the right pocket was clean and didn't check it again, like an idiot.
Huh, what's this?
I looked up. Sai was feeling one of Kate's pockets, and it appeared he found something inside. That time, it was Sai who first put his hand in and retrieved yet again a key.
Oh, right. I'd also forgotten I had this.
He's doing the exact same fucking bit. We all recognized it. It was the old-looking key we found on the floor of hallway A.
Didn't you say you'd keep it somewhere safe? I forgot, but don't worry. My pocket is plenty safe.
After staring at it, Sai put the key back in. In the next pocket, he found something else. For the 3rd time in a row, they were keys.
Wow. You know these 4 as well. One is for the bathrooms, another is for the security room, this one opens my locker in the staff room, and this one is for the door leading to floor 2.
Silently, Sai finished the inspection without finding anything else. Still unsatisfied, he took out all the keys once again and attempted to insert them into the door's keyhole.
They don't work. You're done then.
He gave the keys back to Kate, and before the next person could be examined, I voiced a thought. That first key, could it be for the hidden door we found?
I just thought the same thing. Both have this feeling of being fairly old, and there's no other door in this building that does. Huh, you might be right, actually. We thought the culprit dropped it in a hurry. If that's what happened, it could be why they had to remove the handle.
But the key spent a long time on the floor, so why didn't they retrieve it before we found it? They already left the suitcase in hallway C at some point.
Alright.
We went quiet at the mention of the suitcase. We'd more or less assumed that Naomi had left it there, but we weren't sure anymore.
You're right. Maybe they wanted to avoid every possibility of being spotted and didn't want to step into hallway A. The fingerprints that you saw, are they clear enough to be useful? If the police can figure out who they belong to, that could be a path to the culprit.
We overwrote them now. I'm not sure. The clear ones were all replaced by mine, but there might have been some more around because you need to push the wall in order to open it.
See, if whoever it is doesn't go erase them upon realizing we found them, some should still remain. But if they're one of us, the fingerprints won't mean anything since it won't be provable they were left before we found the door.
Yeah, there's one more thing too. When we discovered the secret door, my first thought was that someone bypassed our searches by hiding there. However, even though the light wasn't very bright, what Shiroya and I initially saw were three distinguishable fingerprints. I don't think any were overlapping.
You mean the door was only recently opened once?
From hallway A, maybe. If it was only open once, it can't be that someone went there to hide all the times we searched unless they spent hours inside. Maybe that proves it wasn't one of us.
Huh. I suppose they could have used the Sekimeiya to teleport inside without opening the wall, but that doesn't sound likely. Anyway, who's next?
Shroya volunteered. In her case, nothing was found in her clothes. Her purse was almost empty and only contained a wallet, 2 of the 3 tickets we'd bought for the event, our personal identification to match the tickets, and the key to my house. Akara was next. In the same way, his inspection was handled quickly, and once again, personal keys, his identification, and his own entrance ticket were all found on him. It wasn't surprising, as the same kind of body search would also be performed before entering the tower.
Alright, done. Finally, I don't mean to suspect you, Arena, but ignoring you would defeat the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish.
I know, that's fine. She moved ahead. Usually it would have been worth considering that the person who proposed the arrangement had a secret reason, but I knew Arena was genuine. Sai gently made sure she hadn't been concealing anything, and by letting us know that her purse was clean as well, he put an end to our last measure. Nothing extra in her purse. We were specifically searching for hidden keys, so even though it was normal we all possessed ours, Sai made sure to confirm that their shape didn't match the bedroom doors. Good, this went well. Now, doing what I explained should be easy. Since nobody had any complaints, I took one screwdriver out of a drawer and compared it to the screws that kept the door's handle attached. Shit, it's the wrong kind. It'll work. Never mind, it'll work. It's not a perfect match, but it'll definitely suffice.
We wanted to hide the key and outer handle outside, right? There's not much of a point to it since the chain will prevent anyone from entering, but can you think of a good place to hide it?
I feel like under the bathroom carpet is good enough. Like you said, it's not too important. Regarding the handle, no great spot comes to mind, but it doesn't matter anyway. The attic's full of removable handles, so someone outside could probably unscrew one to use on the door if they really wanted to open it. In that case, in case that happens, we have the chain to rely on.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
From the hallway, we clearly saw Sai leaving the key under the carpet without any kind of trick involved.
Yeah, that's true. They don't know about the stakes. You can just shoot those through the chain with a stake shooting gun. There it is. Only one thing to do then.
We all moved back inside. With the big screwdriver, removed the 4 screws of the inner handle, which fell on my hands.
It'd be great if we could use this on the storeroom door.
Yeah.
We should all get ready to face the consequences of this. Don't be surprised if Ashia blows this tiny action out of proportion.
Kate, 2 people are dead. We get it. That's fine. They can do what they want.
They've also got like the biggest lawsuit of ever brewing for getting fucking locked in here. Like, come on.
I unscrewed the outer handle too and left both of them under the bed in the opposite bedroom. In the door, only one hole became visible, as the keyhole wasn't found on the handles themselves. I made sure that the door couldn't be opened through the hole. A very short metal cylinder was poking out, but it was incredibly tight. We weren't going to turn it from the inside. When I was certain, I asked one last time. Okay, this is it. If I close this door, we won't be able to open it again. Any final objection? I looked at the 5 of them, who knew what their next 6 hours would be like. Nobody opened their mouth, so I proceeded with the most important action. Slowly, I pushed the door forward. There was no friction against the door, so I applied force until it satisfyingly set into place.
Click.
And I just hear so much noise on the other side. That'd be creepy, actually.
Mm-hmm.
We'd seal ourselves. The chain is hanging off the door, and you attach it to the wall. No, that's usually how they are, aren't they? We sealed ourselves in. Surprisingly, it had taken a fair amount of concord. It was clear that nobody wanted to oppose the request because Arena made it. Any regrets were no longer meaningful. As the icing on the cake, we set the chain. I attempted to pull the door forward and push it outward, and as expected, it didn't budge. It had become a barrier from both sides, and the only way to unlock it would be telling the police where we'd left the key and detaching the chain for them. Cooperation from both sides was needed.
Now we wait. We could do with a deck of cards. We don't have any, so just try to stay still and quiet for once. You've been enough of a handful for one day, young man. Kate, there's a lot of resentment within you. How does it feel to know that after we wait 6 hours, you're gonna go straight to prison? I haven't done anything, so that won't happen. Well, Ashia doesn't seem to think the same, remember? Wasn't your authority revoked?
What's the time?
Huh. 15:08.
Did nothing else happen to your watch? Seems like it's still working fine.
Excuse me? Oh, you know about that? Yeah, we fixed it earlier.
What?
Yes, when we were waiting in the lobby before you two appeared.
What?
You didn't know? Sai asked me if I had lithium batteries because his watch wasn't working. He didn't mention that part when he told you what happened, but it was insignificant. That's right. How did you know that, Katsuki?
I wasn't talking about that. It didn't work once before that point. You're still claiming that wasn't you, right?
Probably, since I don't know what you're talking about. It was convenient that Kate had the right type of battery in the security room.
What time and date was displayed when you changed the battery?
Some minutes earlier than the time shown on the computer, which is when it must have stopped working. Then I synced it properly again.
Is that so?
I don't know what you two are talking about, but I bet Sai failed at looking innocent again, right? Your irony knows no limits. Are you already thinking about how you'll lie to the police?
I feel like something big is about to happen.
Yeah.
Stop. We decided to stay here to end these discussions.
I know. We're already locked in, though, so I have to rub it in Kate's face. I bet he's crying internally since his plan can't be finished now.
Yeah, let's antagonize the murderer, Sai. Yeah, let's do that. But Kataya was right. Sai had noticed his watch stopped working again, so like I did, he asked for lithium batteries. That was further indication that he remembered the time he and I fixed the watch. I'll go up and wait there. Before the conversation snowballed again, Irina was the one who stopped Sai. To get as far from the door as possible, she chose to go rest in the upper bedroom. I knew that the illusion of tranquility was well achieved there, so taking advantage of her opening, I decided to follow her. We will too. Separating ourselves into 2 groups of 3 will be the best way to utilize the space.
Way to just fucking volunteer Shiroya, I guess.
Yeah, taking my cue, Shoria went up with me. It seemed that Irina wanted to distance herself from the commotion that Sai and Kate continued to spawn, so by claiming the upstairs area for ourselves, we at least had the chance to remain unbothered for a long time.
Mouse of the Stream says this is a decent spot to stop. Do you wanna stop?
Really? There's not going to be something big that's about to happen? I want like a like whoa.
What's the next good stopping point? How you doing? Is there one we can stop at that'll make us go whoa? Nothing massive in the next 20 minutes.
What? 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 They go through all of the setup and like mechanical like hand walking through of like what they're doing only for nothing to fucking happen for like half an hour? What? What? With this tense music playing right now? All right, okay.
Does something interesting happen at 21 minutes? If you keep going for 15 minutes, something will happen.
Something.
What do you think? You're the one with the bedtime.
Okay, if it's 15 minutes, I'm good for 15 minutes.
You go
if
for
it's
15?
minutes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want me to take narration?
No, I can keep doing it. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Don't forget, I'm the one who hates when things happen. Only when they happen to me.
Nothing ever happens. Irina was sitting on a bed. She didn't pay much attention to our presence, so we silently sat on the opposite one. Although 6 hours still had to pass, I promptly realized that I was still exhausted. It was possible I could sleep and fast forward to 9 o'clock.
That's exactly what I would be doing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would be fucking
Yeah.
snoozing.
It's like being on a plane, yeah.
Yep.
We closed the hatch so we couldn't hear the people under us. If they decided to keep arguing with moderate voices, we wouldn't hear it. Or, like kick a door down. It was time to disconnect. I've been actively trying to piece everything together, but after choosing to abandon that, only time would force me to go back, in the case that something horrible awaited us at the end of the road. At least, that was what I'd been ready to accept. You two didn't do anything to Isla, right? Taking both of us by surprise, Irina broke the silence she had set up. We raised our heads to see her deep eyes peering at us.
Absolutely not. We were sleeping in the other bedroom when everything happened.
Is it possible one of you left while the other was sleeping? There's no way that
Shiroya sus?
Do you or us sus, the shot put Paul killer struck again? Like, you don't know? Do you two trust each other that much that even though there's a killer around? Are you two related? I saw that only one of you had house keys. We're just friends. Unfortunately, we have no way to prove it, but I promise that we left after Isla was found. Earlier, I thought that Sai had a point. Why did you go straight to the lobby from hallway B without looking at the cleaning room? That was my mistake. I should have acted as if we'd already seen the car and the missing Sekimeiya, but without second thought, I had tried to appear surprised to make it seem like we'd never entered the room and I couldn't have hidden it. Own up to it. It might sound iffy, but what we said earlier was the truth.
No.
We went to the bathroom, no, and then checked the event room and the lobby where we thought people could be. Nah. Then is Kate the only person who could have done it? Him? Right, a lot of things regarding his whereabouts still don't make sense, but it shouldn't be that straightforward. It could have been an accident that caused by the Sekimeiya, or a secret other person. It was no accident. Isla saw something inside that cabinet, so she must have been lured there. Kate could have made her disappear. He's known about the Sekimeiya for longer than anyone else. Then he showed up after he left Isla's body in the cabinet. You two have experienced what the Sekimeiya does, but I don't know how to think about it. It's possible that she was sent to the cabinet from the future, right? Isn't that similar to something you said a while ago? If that happened, it could have been anyone, but she would have to still be alive. It was clear that Irina was attaching herself to the slightest gleam of hope that still persisted. The recording proved that Isla would still be alive in the future, so Irina needed the time to pass to know if there was any trust left to be placed in it. She must have suggested waiting in the room in the hope of nothing occurring at night. Okay, I like this conversation so far. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know what could have happened. I'm sorry. Irina, waking up. I wanted to give her even more hope, but I stopped myself, knowing that it would only make things worse if I was wrong. Even if Isla would somehow be alive in a month, her fate had already been shown to us. She would end up dead in the Crystal Floor's cabinet, even if she had to travel there from a month in the future. At least that was what I thought, until I remembered that the two Naomi bodies defied that belief. I believed that no matter what had happened to Isla, being dead inside the cabinet had to be the end of her path. However, two identical corpses hinted that the Sekimeiya could have some sway even after death, and that was the actual hope Irina had to rely on. The recording didn't guarantee a bright future, even if it turned out to be legitimate. In that instant, I felt a bubble of hope growing in my head. In that instant, the Sekimeiya hadn't caused any apparent effect when it touched Isla's dead body, even though we might not have seen it immediately. If that had created a living version of her at an earlier point in time, like I speculated with Naomi, my thoughts were directed to Mia once again. Oh, back to Mia. But that bubble popped as soon as images of her burnt pieces of flesh appeared in my mind. The Sekimeiya had to exist somewhere 2 weeks in the past, but how could I touch a body that had been blown to pieces? I forced myself to stop thinking. The three of us present in the room had all lost someone very dear to us, and we were all silently praying that somehow they could be brought back. It was cruel to consider that there was a culprit somewhere who had killed at least once, possessing a higher knowledge of how the Sekimeiya worked, exactly what all of us needed the most. It's my fault, isn't it? It doesn't matter who did it. I brought her here.
What?
I bought the tickets for today to make Isla happy, and instead she... It should have been me. Why would anyone want to hurt Isla? I had no idea how to respond to something as dark as that, and Shiroya clearly didn't either. We lapsed into silence for a few minutes. Part of Irina, I was sure, believed that Isla was still alive somewhere, while another part accepted she was dead and already mourned her. Do you know about Akashic Park?
The amusement park?
Do you know about Ice Not ES? I'd heard about it. It was a few hours away from Yoshibana. Apparently it was surrounded by mountains, and it competed worldwide for the largest park in size. Its selling point was that it contained all possible configurations of every ride in the world. So despite my low interest, it had piqued my curiosity more than once.
Is that word used in anime bullshit that you've played?
What word?
Akashic.
No.
It is like a word. It refers to like it refers to what it says there, like all possible configurations of every ride in the world, but the Akashic records are supposed to contain all like knowledge in the entire world. This is like a theological term, I guess is the right word for that.
Okay,
This
and we're
is,
in
this is weird.
the Akashic building where every possible thing that can happen in this building has to happen.
Well,
Okay.
we're in Ashia Tower, but it's not that far from.
You might have thought Isla was obsessed with the gems downstairs, but it didn't even come close to how much she wanted to go there. She brought it up countless times, but it's really expensive, and I've always been a bit afraid of ride malfunctions. I was going to have more money than usual this month since it's the end of the year. I decided to finally give in and surprise her with a trip after Christmas.
I know this for a really nerdy reason, by the way, which is that there's a Minecraft mod called Akashic Tome, which sums up all of the manuals that you can get for all of the other mods that you have and puts them in a single book. So.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
I told her about it less than a week ago in case she preferred to hold off with the money and to plan a trip during the summer instead. Even though she was really excited at first, she actually told me that she didn't want to go. I couldn't believe it, but she said she didn't want to leave her friend alone while she went to have fun. At one point, she also said she would only come to see the Sekimeiya because I already bought the tickets, and she didn't want to make me waste money, even though she started to talk about her friend before we got the tickets. I told you other small ways her behavior changed, right? I forgot one. Sometimes she hid something from me, a small object, I believe.
Huh?
That's what it felt like. I noticed a few times she would keep her hand in a fist for a long time. If I asked her to show me what she was hiding, she would run off, so I had to ignore it. It must have been something very small. Is there something in her fist right now? I can't get out of my head. Whatever happened to Isla started weeks ago, and I never realized it. All of that was difficult to respond to, so I stayed quiet. However, Shiroya said something far from the shallow answers I kept to myself.
Hold on. Arena, I might know who Isla's friend was.
What? Who? Don't say Mia. I frowned. How could she have known that? If the only ideas I kept in my mind were an imaginary friend, a Zin member, and a staff member from the tower.
I'm not sure if it makes sense. When we learned about her friend's story, we hadn't experienced the Sekimeiya's powers yet. But just now, I thought of something that could make a lot of sense. Apparently, she and her friend were living together, but you said that was impossible since you hadn't seen her. Could it be that her friend was herself after traveling to the past?
And they were just never in the same room at the same time? With that sentence, with that sentence, the huge simple possibility opened up in my mind. I hadn't considered it at all since I've been blinded by conspiracies, but I immediately understood why Shiroya reacted to that. Why Shiroya reached that idea. Herself? What are you talking about? I would have seen her.
Oh, if this is true, then her saying it'll be okay as long as you guys just stay in one place and don't do anything would have been her attempt to change the past.
I think Shiroya might be right. What? You would have seen her, yes. You said that she started to disobey you sometimes, and you even found her at home once instead of being at school.
Right. They were actively keeping her identity from you because they felt like they couldn't reveal that another Isla had appeared. But when one of them went to school or to do what you instructed her to do, the other couldn't follow. During those instances, you could have been seeing the Isla who came from the future.
What? Did I just imagine her behavior changed? She distanced herself and spent much less time with me. Then this is one of the few things that explains it. Why else would she hide a friend from you? She didn't have bad intentions, and neither did her friend. We watched my favorite movie together, and it was her favorite too. She went to the aquarium last month, just like us. I recall a few things Arena had said. The way Isla described her friend made it sound as if she'd made up a persona that had her own traits and experienced the same events. However, it was herself in the future, wasn't it? She wasn't lying. And that means you can change things.
Why else would she refuse to go to the amusement park? Both of them couldn't go at once, so she must not have wanted to leave her behind, knowing firsthand how much she wanted to go too.
Then, right now, she's outside.
Isla specifically said her friend was waiting for her outside.
That has to be it. She will exist in a month. I didn't want to deny it, but it wasn't that simple. In fact, nothing about her fate had changed. I could assemble things the following way. When Isla disappeared from the cabinet, she went far into the past. The range should have been a lot bigger, but we might be wrong about that part. In a month, that Isla will somehow enter the tower. Tragically, no matter what I thought up, the following step had to be, Isla travels to the past and ends up dead in the cabinet. There was no way to end it differently. However, even though the voice recorder had appeared in Isla's purse, the origin of it was still unexplained with that theory. Irina's head lowered and her expression went back to how it had been minutes before. I don't know. I appreciate that you want to believe Isla, but there's no way what she said was true. Remember what her friend supposedly told her about today's incident, right? I tried to leave the major inconsistency for the end, but Irina was right. She told me something that would happen in the tower, but not to worry. She said that if we stayed calm and in one place, nobody would be hurt. And she promised I'd be able to see and touch the Sekimeiya, so she was right, wasn't she?
Yeah, according to her, there was going to be no danger, and she said that only 7 people would get trapped.
Exactly. There's no way she'd say those things after seeing Naomi's body and after everything else that happened.
Parallel universe.
Actually, this isn't what I'm most worried about. Thinking about it conceptually, this is something that cannot work. Conceptually, you have time traveled, right? Things that would normally be impossible are happening. You said so yourself. That's not what I mean. We've come to the conclusion that the past can't be changed.
Based on nothing.
Yeah, based on because you didn't because you chickened out on going to a bathroom door. So what we're suggesting is that Isla met her own self, who had traveled from the future. They kept her existence hidden from you, and the friend let the original Isla know about today's events. Ignoring that she was told that what she was told was incorrect, the next step is flawed. She can't go back to the past and relive what she's experienced. She would have to replicate exactly what her friend had done and said, as the past would occur exactly as it already had. There's naturally no way she would willingly do that. Isla said they'd be hanging out a lot, so as I said, conceptually, it's incredibly unreasonable to think that she spent the time as her friend, knowing how everything would play out. You saw her once when she hadn't gone to school, which should be an impossibility since she would have known you would see her and she would have avoided that. Oh my god, this is like, wow, this is such finicky thinking. I mean, like, I understand where it's coming from, but wow.
It's the certainty that he says it with when it's based on just like flimsy scaffolding that gets me.
I see. You're right. It's not possible. I hadn't seen it like that. Everything we think about goes back to the same core. We don't really understand how the Sekimeiya works. We can't say it's not possible, but the way we're currently thinking about it can't function. Okay. No, we can't say it's not possible, but also it's not possible. I've made up arbitrary rules to explain a few things that have occurred, but as long as they work, we can't discard them. If traveling so long to the past made Isla's memory fuzzy, for example, she might not remember the time she spent with herself. From her perspective, that would have been happening for the first time, so she would have acted on her own without being aware that she was repeating everything. She would have also misremembered what occurred today and given Isla false information that she trusted completely. Alright, thank you. Do you want to take narration for the last little bit?
Sure. Instead of continuing, Irina turned around and lay on the bed while Shiroya and I looked lost. Her idea had a lot of promise, but it appeared ultimately impossible until we had more information. I'd usually been able to create a patchwork design out of the loose ends of a theory, but in that case I couldn't think of anything else. Needless to say, I didn't think any part of my memory had been erased upon traveling, although, to be fair, perhaps I wouldn't have realized it. Yeah. Were we completely off base? Was it all just a scheme planned by someone? Before I gave up on the idea, an extra piece of the puzzle that we'd ignored came back to me.
Who's this?
Irina. Or Isla, sorry. It's Isla for you.
Where am I?
They're doing a flashback to the voice recorder.
Oh,
What do you
it's
mean?
not black and white though.
Yeah, we're still in Ashia Tower. Do you not remember?
No, I know. What I mean is, what happened to me? Where am I?
Following that, there were a couple of unsteady, heavy footfalls, most likely someone staggering. During the next few seconds, Isla cried, and nobody spoke inside or outside the recording. Those were words said by Isla, and they were scheduled to happen in about a month. Was the dark meaning behind Isla's future actions that she discovered the fate that awaited her? Had she found out that she had died and that her fate had been sealed? What happened to me? Where am I? I remembered the agonizing way that sounded. I breathed deeply, but anxiety began to crawl up my back, exacerbated by my own lack of knowledge. I hated exploring all sorts of options without knowing if I'd ever find the truth. Isla's bleak ending had already been revealed to us, making the process of putting together its outline all the more draining. Just a few more lines till end. Was that done? Are we done? Are we calling that done? How many is a few? Shiroya was resting her head on top of a large pillow. We'd been there for a little while, and the people below us hadn't interrupted us yet. It seemed like relaxing would be an actual option. I climbed over Shiroya and lay down, making contact with the cold wall. She was occupying both pillows, so I knew I'd have a hard time staying in a comfortable position. Trying not to mind it, I closed my eyes. As usual, attempting to keep my mind blank was futile. The contents of what tormented me were very different. Time travel, a smoke attack, body doubles, murders, suspicion. What kind of mess were we in? I was aware that there was no guarantee I'd ever feel my own bed again, depending on what the truth around us really was. Ironically, the stiff bed began to help me get rid of those thoughts, and my senses slowly faded away. That's a good stopping point. Thank you. How you doing? That's it. We're done. That's it. And the next visual novel you read will be Umineko.
Hooray!
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 Hooray! Oh, well, things are occurring. It feels like we're just getting like more and more information piled onto us, like we're like, and then like the breaking point where figuring things out happens has not occurred yet. To me.
Maybe it never happens.
16 hours still in chapter 1. Yep. There we are. Wind shelter. Interesting.
How many chapters are there? Or is that a spoiler?
Probably a spoiler. The chapter names are interesting, huh? Didn't look at those before. Or like the section names. Wind shelter, hidden cliff.
Hidden cliff.
Hidden cliff. Visible cliff. Oh. Okay, so we'll be back next weekend for this. Joe is resuming streaming Umineko on Tuesday for his next stream, so look forward to that. I know I am. I will be there next Saturday. As long as I don't somehow have jury duty on Saturday. I got called for jury duty this week, and I don't know if I'm gonna get summoned to it yet, so that should be fun. And Sunday, Sekimeiya Sunday. And I will be here Wednesday night at least for back to Expedition 33. We're going back to France. You were also called for jury duty this week. My condolences. Okay. Anything else before I find someone to raid?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on once again. As we truck through this, based on other people's numbers, we're like a quarter or a third of the way through the visual novel. Optimistically,
That's good. I'm enjoying it way more than we were at the beginning, but there are still some things. It's just the same criticism over and over again. It's going to be there for the whole thing, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to harp too hard on it because you're right. It's just kind of the same criticisms, but sometimes it gets to me. It gets to me a little more than others.
Yeah.
All right. Who can we raid? Kraken's live. We want to raid Kraken? Snoot TV. Who's that?
I am gonna go take Gatsby out. So
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. See you later, chat.
Small VTuber? We can rate a small VTuber. Why not? Okay. Let's rate a small VTuber. Rate hello, it's Moose. No, no. Thanks for coming. Hope to see y'all soon. And if you're still here, talk to you later.